He doesn't have a mic yet in terms of his connection, so he won't be able to address the meeting. And yeah, that needs to be resolved. It's on his end.
Okay, let me call him. Good morning, Honorable. We are waiting for you to start the meeting. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, distinguished colleagues. May I call the meeting to order? I would therefore ask. Good morning. I would ask the secretary to proceed, please. Committee secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll proceed with the credentials. We have honorable members of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee as follows. Members present are the Honorable Ishmael Daira Onani from Malawi, Chairperson of the Food and Agriculture Committee. We also have Honorable Shali Josepha Raymond from Tanzania, Vice Chairperson, who is a chairperson for the gender gender committee, and also Honorable Regina Esperon from Seychelles, chairperson of the RWPC, Honorable Rama Rosso, Emily Rakotove from Madagascar, chairperson of the RWPC, and Honorable Rosie Biscotte from Seychelles, chairperson of the HSDSP, Honorable Kasim Hassan from Tanzania, also from the HSDSP committee, Honorable Cooper from Namibia, from the GEWAD committee, Honorable Dart Ndiweni from Zimbabwe, from the Democracy and Governance and Human Rights Committee, Honorable Dasala P. Mafa from Lesotho, from the DGRH committee, and we also have Honorable Ditapelo Keroro Pete from Botswana, from the TV committee, Honorable Hawa Subira Waifunga Tanzania, from Tanzania. I think there's an she apologized. She won't be in the meeting. And then there's also Honorable from Lesotho and Honorable from Angola, who will not be in the meeting because they've recently had elections. Thank you, Honorable Chair. The meeting can proceed because we do form a quorum.
Thank you very much, our clerk. So I think we start with consideration and adoption of the agenda. I don't know, Madam Clerk, if possible, if you can beam it from your end, so that we can just go through the agenda together with the honorable members and also the colleagues.
Yes, Honorable, let me beam the agenda.
Thank you very much. Honorable members and SADC citizens, distinguished colleagues, this is the agenda. I'm sure we're able to see it on our screens. Any honorable member to propose an adoption and thereby we follow another member who may second the agenda? Or if there are any alterations you'd want us to make, please, you can raise your hand.
LWPC chair has a hand up.
I move for the adoption of the agenda, Chair, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, honorable member. We have got a proposal from an honorable member from Zimbabwe. Anyone to second the agenda?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I second the proposition for the adoption of the agenda from Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member from Seychelles. I think that part is done. I will hereby go into the opening remarks. Salutations, honorable members of the SADC-PF Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, the Secretary General of the SADC-PF, Ms. Boma Segoma, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of the media organizations, fellow SADC citizens, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, distinguished guests, in welcoming you to this very important meeting of the SADC Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, allow me to start by stating that it is a pleasure for me to be chairing this public hearing where we, as elected representatives of our respective SADC parliaments, engage with the constituency on very important socio-economic issues which is not addressed accordingly, could pose a threat to peace, law, and social order. Further, public hearings where parliamentarians have direct interactions with citizens are very important for ensuring participatory democracy, which is essential to good governance as it promotes transparency and accountability. As we are all aware, the SADC-PF is a platform for parliamentary dialogue on issues of mutual interest, such as the issues to be interrogated in this meeting. As you may further be aware, gender equality is central to development, as alluded to in the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. In this public hearing, we will be considering the domestication of regional instruments on gender equality, gender-based violence, and protection of children's rights in the SADC region, under the theme, Consolidating Democracy by Bringing Parliament to the People. Honorable members, distinguished guests, you will recall that SADC-PF has adopted model laws that address the issues falling within the thematic area to be covered by the public hearing, namely the model law, eradication of child marriages, and protecting children already in marriage, and the model law on gender-based violence. This public hearing seeks to provide an opportunity for policymakers, private sector players, labor, media, civil society, think tanks, academia, cooperating partners, and citizenry, the key issues of gender equality. Gender-based and protection with a view of fighters, ladies and gentlemen. The SADC region has the serious challenge of gender inequality, with many member states struggling to eliminate both the obvious and invisible barriers of gender inequality. Statistics indicate that women have continued to lag of national development. It is obvious that women and girls will continue to be affected by poverty and the consequential lack of income to invest in their economic and social development, such as education and health, in order to be free from gender inequality. Honorable members, distinguished guests, parliamentarians are critical actors in ensuring that our respective parliaments actively participates in domestication in interventions in our respective countries. At this point, may I take this opportunity to commend those member countries in engaging stakeholders and citizens in the domestication initiatives of these model laws. And it's a parliamentary scorecard to aim at bringing the communication gap and facilitate collection of information, with a view of monitoring the domestication of these model laws and to assess the compliance levels of member states. Honorable members, may I take this opportunity to state that it is essential for parliaments to exercise their oversight role on the domestication of these model laws and ensure that government is accountable to its international commitments to promote and ensure human rights. These international commitments and conventions include, among others, the Convention on the elimination of all form of discrimination against women, the Southern African Development Community Protocol on Gender and Development, the Convention of the Rights of Children, and many other international instruments which guarantee the rights against gender-based violence. One of the most prevalent human rights violations in the world, which undermine the health, dignity, security, and autonomy of its victims. Honorable members, distinguished guests, let me conclude my remarks by thanking you all for unveiling yourselves to this important meeting, and thank all stakeholders and presenters who have accepted to engage with us on this subject during our committee session. I therefore engage honorable members to actively participate and take maximum advantage of this session by engaging the presenters on the issues under discussions. As the committee is mandated to monitor and evaluate progress being made by member states in domesticating the SADC model laws and implementing relative laws and policies. With these few remarks, I warmly welcome you all, and I wish you all a fruitful deliberations as I declare this meeting officially open. Thank you very much, honorable members and distinguished guests. Thank you.
Honorable members, we shall proceed to the next item on the agenda. Honorable Chair, the next item is the consideration of the minutes.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Consideration and adoption of the minutes. Is it possible for you to beam it on the screen?
Yes, Honorable, I'm doing it now.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Honorable Chair, please bear with me.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. We understand these are technology issues.
Honorable Chair, I'm failing to open the beginning of the minutes. Can I get assistance from Kurasha and some colleagues?
Kurasha and colleagues from the IT department, may you please assist us?
Morning, Togo.
Good morning.
Okay.
Use the scroll bar to scroll it up, ma'am, on your right hand side. Ma'am.
When I try to scroll, the agenda pops up.
Togo, kindly email them to Ronald so he could assist.
Okay, let me do so, madam.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, can you please unshare so I can share the screen?
Thank you. I've already done so.
Okay.
Thank you, Paulina.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Madam Clerk, should we proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, is everyone able to see the screen on their devices? If there's anyone that doesn't see, please, you can always raise your hand. These are the minutes on the 22nd of April, 2022. As you can see, those are the members that were present. If there's any member that was present that is being omitted, please, you may raise your hand. Let's take the slide down. Absent with apology, we had received the following two members from the Kingdom of Lesotho and from the DR Congo. In attendance, we had the Secretary Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, led by our able Secretary General. Yeah, you can scroll down. Those are the national parliaments. Please scroll down. If any member has got an issue or reservation, please, you may always raise your hand on the bottom, on the button bottom below. Please proceed. Honorable members, any observation from the meetings, from the minutes, sorry? If we don't have any, may I have a member to propose an adoption and then followed by another member to second, please.
Chair, can I come in?
Yes, please.
Chair, thank you. I'm not sure if us as new members of this committee were in that meeting. I'm not sure if other members that are in this meeting were in that meeting as well, if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I do understand what you mean. But as you know that the committee work is always a work in progress. And I'm sure there are so many factors that would contribute other members joining in late is because of the membership coming from their respective countries, or should we say parliaments.
Honorable Chair, Madam SG has her hand up.
All right, Madam SG, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning and good morning, honorable members. I was raising my hand to just intervene that the members who are not part of this particular sitting it would not be in order for them to adopt the minutes. However, if there are any matters arising for members for continuity, those are the issues that can be flagged. From a governance perspective, it would not be procedural for members who were not sitting during this particular session to adopt minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, for the guidance. Honorable members, I think we can follow the guidance given by the Secretary General to say that the members that were in that meeting, you would be the right person, the right members to do the proposal and the adoption, because the next one on our agenda will be matters arising, and if anyone would want to have anything flagged out, we'll do that on the next day. So any member that was in the meeting on the 22nd of April 2022 that is willing to propose the adoption, honorable members.
Chairperson, following on the advice of the SG, none of the members here, probably except RWPC, may not have been in the meeting because the elections for all the other members were done during the time when this meeting was, I mean, the meeting for this minutes was held. So maybe it is well in order to proceed and deal with matters arising as guided by the SG.
All right, thank you very much.
Our chair, I was also going to just add that these minutes on their adoption, it's just written, minutes are noted and we pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. So given the guidance, are we going to matters arising, or we first have to note the minutes, just like our colleague from Zimbabwe has, our honorable member from Zimbabwe has proposed? Madam Clerk, guidance, please.
Honorable Chair, if I may assist, as indicated, Ms. Toko, could you kindly, Paulina, kindly go to the beginning of the record for attendance, please. Honorable Chair, as indicated, you will note that none of the members present today were part of the meeting that's set for this particular record. And therefore, we would just kindly indicate that the record was noted and proceed accordingly. I don't believe Honorable Darren Bagman is in the meeting. And I don't see any other members currently who would be able to take the responsibility of adopting these minutes as a true record. As guided, may we kindly agree that the record has been noted, and if there are any matters arising, because this is work that binds this committee going forward, we may wish to do so, and the Secretary may explain or give information in that regard. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. We're going to go by your guidance. So these minutes have been noted. Honorable members, do you have any matters arising from the minutes or any other burning issue?
Chair, can I come in?
Yes, please. You have the floor, Honorable.
Maybe if we could go section by section or page by page, so that we just go through and familiarize. I, for one, have just picked my documents in my spam folder. Unfortunately, I had a chance to look at the minute.
Chair, we may assist. That is in order.
Yes,
we
please.
could just recap the key points that are critical and pause for the honorable members to basically make an intervention that would assist, if that is in order. Ms. Toko, you may wish to start. Paulina, kindly start from the welcome remarks of the chair. And as we proceed, kindly indicate the title and the numbering for the honorable members to be able to intervene. Toko, you may wish to summarize the critical elements under each element. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG. On the welcome remarks, members will note that the Madam SG advised that there is a model law on the eradication of child marriages, and there is a scorecard that has been developed for purposes of checking the domestication of this model law. And also there is in process the drafting of the public financial, the scorecard on the public financial management model law, and this one will be shared with the members once it has been finalized, and the two scorecards will be forwarded to the member countries, and the Secretariat will assist in ensuring that the members are able to report on what is being done to domesticate the model laws. We can proceed to the next one. I think that is one of the highlights of the opening remarks. Consideration of minutes of the previous meeting. We can pass that one. And there were no matters arising. And in 6.2, I've already alluded to the scorecards. As I've said, the scorecards will be forwarded to the member countries to assist in tracking the record of the implementation of the model laws. Can we proceed?
Just to Chair, if you allow.
Yes, please, Madam Secretary General, go ahead.
Yes, just to give an update that the scorecard for the scorecard is under development. We've partnered with an organization that is going to assist us to do the research and be able to come up with a scorecard. So in the process of the development, the members will be engaged and your input will be sought. And finally, when the scorecard is ultimately ready for data collection, the committee will preside over that process. And maybe to share that on the other scorecard for the model law on child marriages, we found that input from member parliaments was quite slow. And this slowness was caused by the fact that, as opposed to looking at what parliaments have done in ensuring that you know, the legislative activities are implemented or budgetary activities are implemented, the parliaments sent the scorecard to ministries for them to fill in. And that created much of a delay in terms of the feedback. And in this particular case, would encourage honorable members to work with the committee secretaries responsible for the thematic issues to keep a tab on what happens and be able to, you know, to fill in where relevant. In cases where there's need for ministries to be able to give feedback, that can then follow, as opposed to waiting, you know, and not getting anything at all because the ministers have not responded. We believe that all legislative activities should go through Parliament. All budgetary activities should go through Parliament. And therefore, confirmation of such is equally critical. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Ms. Toko, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam SG has covered what is in item 6.0. We can proceed to item 7.0. On this item, which was a solidarity message from Dr. Kanyisile Lishwe-Tshabalala, the members will note that the organization supported the drafting of the model law on financial management and pledged their assistance in ensuring that member parliaments are engaged on ensuring the curbing of illicit financial flows, which this organization, which is the network on illicit financial flows and tax, that is UPNIFT, is about. So Dr. Tshabalala pledged their support and welcomed members who would like to engage with them on assisting in their countries on how to address illicit financial flows. Can we scroll up, please? There was also a presentation on the mapping exercise on the development of the scorecard for the public financial management, and members were advised that the organization which works with certain member countries, especially the ones under COMESA, can assist even member countries in the SADC region for purposes of ensuring that a mapping exercise can be done on their members to ensure that the model law is taken forward, and in monitoring the implementation of the provisions of the model law. There's also a presentation by Dr. Mr. Kidia, sorry, who made a presentation on specific items that they look at when doing the mapping for the financial management issues, and they pledged their assistance to work with SADC countries as well, because they are already working in the East Africa region. Unfortunately, we haven't had any follow-up on this aspect, but I believe the Secretariat will ensure that with the new consultant, what we learned from Dr. Kidia's presentation will be taken forward. Can we proceed to the next one? There was also a presentation by Dr. Shana Crawford on the scoping assessment for the SADC model law, the elimination of child marriage and the protection of children already in marriage. The presentation was on what the organization UNFPA and Equality Now found in selected countries on how the model law is being implemented, and the outcome of the scoping assessment showed that other countries have taken strides in implementing or in domesticating this model law, but there's a lot that needs to be done in other countries we still have problems in attending to the eradication of or the elimination of child marriages because of their beliefs and because of the traditions that obtain there. So Dr. Crawford advised members that there will be a scoping exercise on selected countries which have taken strides and those which have not taken strides in ensuring the implementation of this model law. And then from there, the report that will come out will show which countries will need more assistance, and will show which countries the SADC region can learn from in ensuring the domestication of this model law. May we please proceed, honorable members. Honorable members, then there were deliberations on the 3 presentations that I've alluded to, and there were resolutions that were made following the deliberations that took place on that day. In particular, that there should be a network of ensuring that SADC countries share experiences on how to domesticate these model laws and on how to attend to illicit financial flows, and also how to ensure that there is collaboration with other partners in conducting investigations on these issues. Can we please proceed? Briefly, that would be all, and then at the end there were a vote of thanks by the chairperson who thanked the members for the meeting and for the presentations that were done by the presenters, and she expressed confidence that the members would utilize the information acquired from the 3 presentations to ensure that the model laws are taken forward, and to ensure that with the financial management model law, members have in place checks and balances on financial management issues, and also on illicit financial flows, and also on the ensuring that the model law on elimination of child marriages is domesticated fully, to ensure that the child marriages and issues surrounding child marriages are attended to accordingly. Thank you. That would be all, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Toko, for taking us through the minutes. And if there are any matters arising, one of the members, you may please raise up your hand. It looks like we don't have any matters arising.
Chair.
Then we go. Yeah. Yes, Madam Secretary General.
Yes, if you allow the Secretariat Chair, sincere apologies. Just to buttress and put context into what was discussed previously by this committee, and to take advantage of the fact that these are new chairpersons and vice chairpersons who will be taking forward this work. It's important for us to underscore or highlight certain key responsibilities for this particular committee. The salient issues that this committee should really take forward is to make sure that as we implement the SADC vision of integration and eventual harmonization of laws, this committee is going to be very critical, because if there are setbacks in implementation of any protocols, treaties, like the chairperson indicated earlier, it is this committee that should drive at the regional level and catalyze processes for this to happen. More so that, as we know, the SADC PF is really focusing on development of model laws, which ultimately are a restatement of existing international treaties, among others, and protocols. As we also move towards evolving into a SADC parliament, I think it is very important for this committee to realize its role, that they have to aspire, they have to be an inspiration at the plenary assembly level by embracing what is happening at national level, and also embracing the model laws that we have, and ensuring that we get reports from the various committees in terms of what the progress has been done. Where there's failure or reluctance by national parliament to embrace, for instance, the model laws that the forum has come up with, it is important for this committee to lead in terms of oversight, in terms of the activities, and also ensuring that the chairpersons that are represented here basically bring reports and indicate what is happening based on the various themes that they're working on under their committees. We take heed, obviously, that states are sovereign, that sometimes model laws are seen as foreign laws into legal systems, and that approval needs to be sought in terms of how this is done. But as we go on, we will realize that in fact, model laws are not alien to what our member states or heads of states have already agreed to, have acceded to, as you stated earlier, Chair. We also, at the same time, just want this committee to realize that we also are aware that there are different legal systems within SADC, where some are dualistic, some are monist, and therefore they have a bearing on domestication of laws. This does not mean that we throw out this reality, but we work around it in the context of the flexibility that can be allowed by member parliaments to adapt or to, ensure that whatever they borrow from the model laws, which has been put in one realm, can conform or suit the legal system at a particular time. And we also want this committee to realize that in the absence of domestication of model laws, then we can never be efficient. This committee cannot be persuasive without pushing for domestication or ensuring that the chairpersons of the committees of the forum take heed of the model laws that have been developed and ensure that they become a priority insofar as them highlighting some of the recommendations that are there, requesting for report, and coming up with various programs that will make the committee operate efficiently. I thank you, Chair. I believe that the actual terms of reference you have had sight of, but this is important just to synthesize the relevance of this committee insofar as model laws, treaties, protocols are involved. And therefore, even as we move towards the public hearing, you will be able to hear demands from citizens of SADC. There's a law, but this is not happening. This is happening, and yet this gap continues to remain a lacuna. I thank you, Madam Sir, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for the insight. Honorable members, do we have any other business? Any other business, honorable members? Then we'll have to be moving to agenda number 7. That is conclusion of the first part of the committee meeting and adjournment. Ms. Toko, what time do we resume for the public hearing?
Honorable Chair, the public hearing commences at 11 a.m.
All right. All members, I therefore adjourn the meeting to 11 a.m. That's exactly an hour from now. Meeting adjourned.
Should have just
Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and participants, distinguished participants. It is now 11 o'clock. May we start our public hearing?
Good morning, Ms. Toko and honorable participants. Yes, we may proceed, Ms. Toko.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Before we continue with our public hearing and the presentation, let me first go through announcements and housekeeping issues. Honorable Chair of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the SADC PF, parliamentarians from SADC National Parliaments, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma, SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, SADC citizens from across the region, representatives of civil society organizations, representatives from partner organizations, SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, staff and staff of the SADC National Parliament, distinguished participants. I have the honor to welcome you to this public hearing session by the SADC Parliamentary Forum region, by the SADC Parliamentary Forum Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee, which is being held virtually on Zoom platform. I wish to make the following housekeeping announcement. First, honorable members and participants, we are requested to keep our microphones mute unless given the floor to speak by the moderator. There are available 3 official languages of the SADC PF, namely English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon, please select your preferred language and click mute original audio. This meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the committee in line with the rules of procedure. Anyone who wishes to speak is requested to click the raise hand icon. For any communication with the chairperson or the moderator, please use the chat box. We encourage all participants to turn on their videos, especially when called upon to take the floor. And for those participants on video, make sure that your camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. All participants are requested to write their names in full. Those that are representing organizations should write their names in their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should write SADC citizen and the name of their country. Honorable members, distinguished participants, I now invite the moderator for the meeting, Ms. Elizabeth Chives Sepalalo, to take over moderating the meeting. Over to you, Elizabeth, our moderator for the meeting.
Muito obrigada, muito obrigada, senhora Toko. Bom dia a todos. Bom dia, senhora secretária-geral Boema Sekoma, da SADC. Muito bom dia a todos os presentes e delegados presentes a esta reunião. Eu gostaria também de cumprimentar de uma forma particular a todos aqueles que nos acompanham via online neste evento de grande importância que é audiências públicas sobre questões de interesse e preocupação regional das comissões do Fórum da SADC. Meu nome é Elizabeth Sapalalo, eu trabalho no Parlamento angolano e serei a moderadora no painel de hoje. Estamos hoje no terceiro dia de audição e hoje nós vamos abordar questões sobre a Comissão Parlamentar Regional de Fiscalização das Leis, modelo, como nos foi anunciado pela senhora Toko. Teremos várias apresentações para esta manhã que estarão ligadas à implementação das leis que são aprovadas no plano, na região da África Austral. De acordo com o nosso programa, teremos entre 10 a 20 minutos de apresentação e na intervenção, depois das apresentações, teremos então perguntas e respostas e contribuições da parte dos nossos participantes. Bem, consciente de que o tempo nunca é suficiente, quem deseja intervir, como já disse a senhora Toko, então terá a oportunidade de fazê-lo pelo chat e as vossas questões no chat, porque as vossas contribuições são importantes para aquilo que é o objetivo do nosso encontro. Senhores e apresentadores e senhores intervenientes, permitam-me que pouco antes das vossas intervenções, 2 minutos eu interrompa para pedir que concluam as vossas ideias e assim consigamos ter sucesso tanto nas vossas apresentações como na recolha das informações por parte dos nossos cidadãos. Sem mais delongas, eu vou passar a palavra para o próximo apresentador e eu peço que se identifique a sua organização e também aquilo que faz. Para já, teremos para a primeira apresentação desta manhã o senhor representante do Alto Comissário para os Direitos do Homem, da ACNUDH, África Austral, do qual eu convido para tomar a palavra para fazer, então, a sua apresentação. Muito bem-vindo.
Good morning, bonjour, bom dia. Can you hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, Ms. Moderator, honorable members of the SADC Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee. I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in the public hearings. It is my honor to do this presentation on behalf of the regional representative of the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for Southern Africa, Ms. Abigail Noko, who is currently on mission, but she sends her regards. This presentation will focus on the domestication of the SADC model law on GBV and its linkages with international and regional human rights treaties, particularly CEDAW and the Maputo Protocol. I have prepared a presentation, so I will now share my screen, and please let me know if you have any issues viewing. See. Okay. Apologies. Okay, thank you. SADC countries have taken significant steps towards the achievement of formal and substantive equality for women with men in all areas of life in recognition of their human rights and fundamental freedom by ratifying and adopting international and regional human rights treaties dedicated to, hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, that's the interpretation booth. I think they'd like to kindly request that you slow down your speech to allow for interpretation to take effect. Apologies about that because I understand the passion around some of these issues. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. I will try to slow down and just stop me whenever if I'm going too fast. Thank you. Okay, I will proceed. I will start from the beginning. SADC countries have taken significant steps towards the achievement of formal and substantive equality for women with men in all areas of life in recognition of their human rights and fundamental freedoms by ratifying and adopting international and regional human rights treaties dedicated to the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, including gender-based violence, GBV, such as the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and the Protocol to the African Charter on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Maputo Protocol. Still, GBV against women, which is one of the most pronounced expressions of discrimination, remains pervasive in the region, and the laws and interventions that are in place have not succeeded in stemming or eradicating GBV. In recognition of this, the SADC model law on GBV was developed to guide member states in developing effective policies and laws to prevent and address GBV in all its manifestation. The model law further works to operationalize and domesticate the various regional and international instruments on human rights and GBV to which the SADC member states are party, in accordance with the commitments and provisions in those treaties. But ratification of human rights treaties is only of significance once states recognize the rights, duties, and freedoms in the treaty and give effect to them by adopting legislative and other measures to incorporate these rights into the national legal system, which is not an automatic process for most countries. When the treaty is considered to be part of domestic law, it becomes directly enforceable by national courts and can be invoked by rights holders in a court of law. Now, as you can see from this, most SADC countries have ratified the Maputo Protocol with a few exceptions, and some have ratified with reservations. All SADC countries have ratified the CEDAW. What this means is that they have committed themselves to undertake a series of measures to end discrimination against women in all its forms. This includes a duty of the principle, a duty to incorporate the principle of equality of men and women into their legal system, abolish all discriminatory laws, and adopt appropriate laws prohibiting discrimination against women. CEDAW General Recommendation number 35 notes that the convention imposes an obligation on state parties to prevent, investigate, prosecute, and punish all acts of GBV. And Article 4 of the Maputo Protocol requires state parties to enact and enforce laws to prohibit all forms of violence against women. Furthermore, the state parties commit to submitting national reports to the CEDAW Committee and the African Commission every 4 and 2 years respectively on measures they have taken to comply with their treaty obligations. However, some challenges remain. The CEDAW Committee has noted that several countries have not yet fully incorporated the treaties into their domestic laws, severely limiting its domestic application. Those countries who have ratified the Maputo Protocol rarely submit reports on time, creating challenges for monitoring and tracking. In countries with pluralistic legal system, customary laws can provide a legal basis for discriminatory practices against women in violation of the convention and/or the protocol. Furthermore, the United Nations human rights system has identified the main gaps to prevent and address gender-based violence in the SADC region. The first relates to gap in legislation, and particularly a failure to comprehensively prohibit all forms of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, violence in the private spheres, and marital rape. There are several draft laws and policies which have a very important bearing on women's rights and GBV that is still pending with no specific time frame for their adoption. And where a comprehensive legislative framework to address GBV does exist, it is often not effectively implemented, and there are often not monitoring mechanisms in place to evaluate its impact. There is also a significant gap in the access to justice and reparations for survivors. As we all know in this room, GBV is underreported due to stigma, lack of trust in the judicial institution, and a social acceptance and legitimization of violence. There are a low number of investigations, prosecutions, and conviction of perpetrators. Furthermore, there is a lack of protection, support, and rehabilitation services, including shelters, available to survivors of GBV. And there's also a lack of disaggregated data on the extent and scope of GBV and the number of reports, investigations, and prosecutions, and the sentences imposed. But the good news is that all of these gaps have been addressed in the SADC model law on GBV. This means that the domestication of the model law will help ensure that SADC member states give effect to their international and regional obligations and commitments, and that the initiatives and interventions to prevent and respond to GBV adheres to the human rights framework. Now, we have put together a few recommendations for domestication of the model law, but also CEDAW and the Maputo Protocol, as I hope I have made it clear that the three are intrinsically interlinked. First, we would highly advise that states that have not yet done so ratify both the Maputo Protocol and the CEDAW optional protocol and lift any reservations. It is recommended that states incorporate the entire treaty into domestic law with a clear indication that the provisions are self-executing. The CEDAW committee notes it as critical that each state party adopts a comprehensive definition of discrimination against women in its constitution. The SADC model law encourages the state to carry out a thorough gender analysis of all laws to ensure that these are harmonized and aligned with the objectives of the human rights treaties, identify those which are not, and adopt amendment bills and/or new legislation where needed. CEDAW General Recommendation number 35 calls for the repeal of all laws and policies that directly and indirectly excuse, condone, and/or facilitate violence. Bills and legislation criminalizing all forms of GBV should be adopted as soon as possible. Review and drafting of policies and legislation should be done through a participatory and consultative process. To address access to justice, all GBV cases should be promptly and effectively investigated, and perpetrators should be prosecuted and adequately punished. Judges, prosecutors, lawyers, police officers, and service providers, to name a few, should be trained and sensitized on the criminal law provisions related to GBV, as well as judicial stereotyping and survivor-centered, gender-responsive, and human rights-based approaches to preventing and responding to GBV. Furthermore, states should establish and fund comprehensive, coordinated, accessible, and sustained multi-sectoral services, including shelters for survivors. And we highly encourage states to systematically collect data on the scope and extent of GBV, including domestic violence, disaggregated by gender, age, ethnicity, disability, socioeconomic status, and the relationship between the victim and the perpetrator, and on the number of complaints, investigations, prosecutions, convictions, and the sentences imposed on the perpetrators. To ensure effective and accelerated domestication, states are encouraged to adopt a comprehensive national human rights action plan to design the policies, laws, and other regulations needed to fully protect and fulfill the rights provided in the Human Rights Instrument. If a national action plan on GBV is adopted, an adequately resourced steering committee with a coordination mandate should be established, and it is important that the roles and responsibility of duty bearers is clearly defined. And now I promise this is my last slide, moderator. States are also encouraged to establish or designate a standing cohesive mechanism with a mandate to track and monitor progress and report and follow up on the implementation of the treaties to the human rights mechanism. My last point is that the ratification and adoption of model laws and international regional human rights treaties is an extremely important first step, but only once these have been properly domesticated can persons effectively claim their rights in practice. So the CEDAW, the Maputo Protocol, and the SADC Model Law on GBV should be translated into local languages and in accessible formats, disseminated widely and given visibility, including in remote and rural areas and among marginalized populations. I want to thank you very much for your time and for being patient with me in the beginning. Thank you. Muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada, senhora Charlotte Luque, pela sua apresentação. E eu agora, antes de prosseguir, eu gostaria de ressalvar um procedimento muito importante a ser feito no início, que, com sua permissão, a senhora Chairman, eu queria pedir autorização para fazer esse procedimento, que seria a apresentação, ou então depois das perguntas e respostas.
Apologies, I'm not sure I caught the last part. You wanted to open up for questions and answers, was that correct?
Tá? Sim.
Honorable
Eu
members,
gostaria
moderator,
de ressalvar.
may I come in, Elizabeth?
Sim. Yes, please.
May I come in a bit?
Sim.
Let us, can I hand over to the chairperson to introduce the members and to welcome them, because it seems we, in our haste to start the meeting, we omitted that, so that the participants know who they are addressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Toko. Honorable members, I think I would do the honors in introducing the honorable members of parliament within the SADC region that are in this committee, the Model Laws Committee. And then maybe the moderator would also welcome the SADC citizenry, and maybe also ask them to make their introductions as well. So I would like to ask honorable members that are members of parliament from our respective states. You can start with, you tell us your full name and the country that you are coming from. The floor is open for honorable members of parliament for the introduction, self-introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Ditapelo Kiwarapets. I'm member of parliament in Botswana. This is my second time with SADC PF. I was a member from 2014 until 2019. And then I just joined back recently. So this is one of my first meetings. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, honorable member. Next, honorable member of parliament, please.
President. Chair, you may wish to maybe indicate by country, since the members have their hands up for order. I suggest, Chair, if it pleases you.
That's all right, Madam Secretary General. but unfortunately, I'm not able to see the hands that are up from my end. So I'll just ask the
May I assist, or Toko? Kindly assist.
Yes, please do so. So you can, Madam Secretary General, you can just identify by the raise of the hands that are there. Over to you, Madam Secretary General.
Toko, are you able to see the members?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm able to see the members, Madam SG.
Okay, kindly indicate by country so the members could introduce themselves and the committee that they represent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam SG. The first member is Honorable Senator Isaac Makagula from Eswatini. The next one is Honorable Rosie Biscuit from Seychelles. And the next one is the Honorable Regina.
Point of order.
Toko, you may just indicate the country. Thank you, Honorable Ndiweni.
I wanted to correct her because you said she should give the countries and people introduce themselves, and she's not doing this.
We welcome that, guidance, Honorable Ndiweni. Honorable members, in that order, may we start with Eswatini, then have Seychelles, Madagascar introduce themselves, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Botswana has introduced themselves.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Isaac Makagula from Eswatini, representing the country at this August public hearing meeting of the Parliamentary, the Regional Parliamentary Model Law. Thank you for joining. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I please have Seychelles, then Madagascar?
Good afternoon, honorable members, SG and SADC Secretariat personnel, and Mr. Chair. My name is Rosie Bistoke. I'm from the Republic of Seychelles. I'm the member of the National Parliament, and I'm also representing for this particular public hearings as a chairperson of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam SG. Good afternoon, Madam Moderator. My name is Honorable Regina Spawan, Member of Parliament from Seychelles, and on this platform, I'm representing the RWPC chairperson for SADC PF. Thank you.
Madagascar.
À tous, je suis Ramarosoa Emeline Rakoutoubé qui représente Madagascar. Je suis la vice-présidente régionale des femmes caucus. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Malawi, then Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. My name is Ishmael Daila Onani. I'm from the Republic of Malawi. And I'm in the committee representing as the chair of the Natural Resource, Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources. And I'm also the chair of this respective committee. Thank you, Madam SG.
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. So Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and citizens and stakeholders. My name is Dauti Ndiweni. I'm a member of parliament from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I'm the chair to the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Committee of the SADC PF, as well as an executive committee member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namibia, before the chair introduces themselves, thank you.
Thank you very much, Messi. I'm Laila Yambo from Namibia, RC Youth Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have the chair introduce themselves for the committee, then we may proceed with the hearings. Oh, Honorable Darren Bergman is here. I will lose my salary. The treasurer is online. Apologies, Honorable Bergman. Kindly take the floor, and we shall now hand over to the chair after you have introduced yourself.
Chair, thank you very much. SG, thank you. I'm Darren Bergman from South Africa, and I'm part of the Democracy, Governance and Human Rights Committee, and I'm also the outgoing treasurer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Bergman. Chair, you may wish to introduce yourselves and indicate the composition of the committee to the SADC citizens as this committee is select of the chairperson, vice chairpersons of the various standing committees of the forum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, SG. But I have already introduced myself. And I think just to tell the SADC citizens that this committee comprises of the chairs and the vice chairpersons of all the standing committees within SADC. And I'm sure they have all ably introduced themselves. So I'll now hand over to the moderator, who is going to take on the duty of asking the citizens to introduce themselves, if she pleases. I submit, Madam Secretary General.
Honorable Chair, with your indulgence, we have about 62 participants. It may take the bulk of the time that is dedicated for their presentations and engagement by the committee. If the chair pleases, you may wish to review the introduction by citizens. Chair, I submit.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. That's well noted. And I think we're not going to take that route, but rather we'll just give to the moderator to facilitate on the presenters so that we proceed with the program. I submit, Madam Secretary General.
Muito obrigada, senhora secretária-geral. Talvez, se me permitir, o que eu iria propor é que cada um que se levantasse a mão para poder falar, então teria a oportunidade de se apresentar e assim conhecermos quem estaria a fazer a sua apresentação. Sendo aceite, e obrigada por me dar a possibilidade de tomar essa decisão, eu gostaria agora sim de dar as boas-vindas a todos, a todos os nossos senhores que se apresentaram valorizando a sua presença aqui no nosso fórum. Queremos informar que em casos excepcionais haverá questões dirigidas a si e, por favor, neste caso nós dirigiremos para podermos então responder às questões. Por favor, agora sim podemos prosseguir com a nossa audição. Tivemos a apresentação da senhora da Alta Comissária dos Direitos do Homem e estão abertas assim as perguntas e respostas e contribuições que os nossos cidadãos possam apresentar. Espero que não tenham perdido o fio e então o momento é vosso. Teremos mais 5 minutos para então ouvirmos as vossas questões. Obrigada. Sim, alô? Alô?
Sim, sim.
Tá, muito obrigada. Eu não consigo ter o retorno, mas espero que sim. Tá bom. Obrigada. Temos agora aqui uma intervenção do senhor Di Fatpelo Lefoco. Agora sim, eu peço que se apresente e depois então colocar a sua questão. Faz favor, tem a palavra.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. As I've indicated before, I'm a member of parliament in the Parliament of Botswana. And I had also omitted to say that I am here representing the Committee on Finance, Investment, Trade and Industry. I'm its vice chair and currently chair because we are still waiting for Lesotho to come on board if they've just emerged from the elections. So that's just by way of introduction. As I've said, this is my second term in SADC PF, and I was there when some of the model laws were formulated. But what I have realized, and I don't know what the other people's experiences are from their various jurisdictions, are that in my country, our experience is that even though in terms of all the various model laws, including the ones we are currently talking about, is that whilst our country has done much in terms of legislation and still has to reform laws to sort of be up to speed with international trends, regional trends, and developments in terms of modernizing their laws. They are a bit slow in that regard. So what we have attempted as ordinary members of parliament who are also members of the SADC PF in the past, we have attempted to bring private members' bills in parliament for consideration and possible adoption by parliament. But just like most SADC parliaments, where sometimes we are faced with dominant party systems in our parliaments, it doesn't become easy to propose, first to actually come up with a bill. To come up with a bill, you need to engage your party lawyers, you need to engage a very small number of parliament lawyers, the Parliamentary Council, to try and come up with a bill. And if you do become successful and come up with a bill and table it in parliament, one big mountain to climb is actually getting the approval. It doesn't matter how good your intentions are and how accurate you are in terms of the provisions of the SADC model laws. It becomes very difficult. The case in point, we brought a bill on child marriages so that we amend the Marriage Act. Again, it was thrown out on the basis that the government said it was engaged in a comprehensive review of the whole legislation. And it's been, I think this is the 4th year now. It's the 4th year since we got the initial answers that we are trying to come up with a comprehensive. So you can see how slow they are. And when I became a second-term member of parliament, I brought the bill again to try and amend the Marriage Act so that we completely outlaw marriage, child marriages. Yeah. So.
Permita-me, Sr. Deputado. Permita-me dar-lhe mais 30 segundos para que possa terminar de forma conclusiva a sua intervenção e assim poder dar também a palavra
just in consolidation, the intervention. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, in consolidation, the intervention is that we need to start thinking about how best we can get private bills, to conform with the SADC model laws, to be approved by national parliaments. That's the biggest challenge we have had, because we are far ahead in terms of the other members who are not part of the SADC PF. Yeah. Thank you so much. So sorry for taking long.
Muito obrigada, senhor, pela sua rica contribuição. E passo já a palavra para o senhor Eswatini, que será para esta apresentação a última, porque não vejo mais nenhuma mão levantada, para então depois passarmos para outra apresentação. Se faz favor, senhor Eswatini, tem a palavra.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Isaac Magagola from Swaziland. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Finance, Trade, Investment, and here representing my country. I just want to make a comment and intervention, moderator, on the presentation that has been made by the Office of the High Commissioner for Refugee, particularly on the aspect of gender-based violence, GBV. Because it is my understanding that at this forum, we need to share experiences, maybe get something by way of sharing centers of excellence. Can the Honorable Presenter comment on the issue of called what is this thing again? Declaring gender-based violence a crisis or a disaster. What is the experience and how does it help? We do have, as part of our way of embracing the SADC model law on gender-based violence, a strategy 2017 to 2022, which is all about ending violence, in particular GBV. So it is embraced locally, but it still shows its ugly head. And one was wondering, was thinking aloud, if declaring it a crisis, a disaster, or an emergency would help, or it has helped somewhere. I would like to get comments on that one. And then the second one, it's prosecuting cases of this nature. There are thoughts, and I would want to get the presenter's thoughts on the need of having specialized courts to deal with such cases, because we say justice delayed is justice denied. Thank you. If you can share her thoughts on these areas. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhor senador. Foram aqui colocadas duas questões e, sem mais delongas, temos ainda acho que mais 1 ou 2 minutos. Senhora Charlotte, por favor, tenha a palavra então para dar a sua resposta.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. These are excellent questions. And I think all of us who work on GBV in this area know how difficult it is. There are, as you so rightly put it, there are often frameworks in place, there are interventions, and yet we are not succeeding in tackling the issue on the scale that it needs to be tackled. Personally, I am now speaking on behalf of myself and also of the office. I believe that declaring it a crisis is exactly what is needed. Whether that is calling it a pandemic, whether it is calling it the shadow pandemic during COVID-19, whether it is declaring it a public crisis, in most countries, that is exactly what it is. It is in a lot of countries, it is the biggest human rights violation that we are facing. And in declaring it a public crisis, you are also spotlighting the need to direct resources, attention, coordinated efforts, appropriate attention towards it, right? Because GBV will not be tackled by one intervention, by one law. It needs a coordinated, multi-sectoral, enhanced efforts by all parties, both government, private sector, the United Nations, development partners, citizens, civil society, critical key players in this. And when you declare it as a crisis, as we have now recently done here in South Africa, with 2 presidential summits on GBV, you are also communicating to the public the seriousness and the gravity of the human rights violation that it is. I hope that begins to answer your question. I very much agree that this is something where we need to think out loud, we need to communicate, we need to work together. We stand available as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to support you as well in any way that we can. And I do believe the SADC model law, the domestication of the model law is a critical first step. And when you read the model law, you also see that there are so many other interventions that are needed and are recommended beyond just adopting the first law. So, and then apologies, the second question, justice delayed is justice denied, absolutely. Apologies, I cannot right now remember what the question was.
Thank you. The question was, would it help deter anything, if at all, if GBV was declared an emergency, a national emergency?
Yes.
How would it assist? And then the other issue was the whole issue around parliamentary systems, that in fact, there is an attempt by legislatures at national level to domesticate the intent of model laws, treaties, and protocols. However, because of the makeup, the architecture of parliament, where you require certain numbers, where numbers count in order for a proposal to go through, that appears to be stifling efforts by those who want to put the matter on the table. And I think underlying that particular concern is, how do we assist own members' bills, which require resources for them to be pushed through to have or meet the intent that will require around legislative change? If I've missed the point, the honorable members are here to indicate, but I think you could also ask colleagues online, the good
that's exactly the point,
and others to assist you.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, SG. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam SG. The first question I think I have already responded to. Yes, I believe it would help. I believe it is important. I believe it is critical. I believe you can look to, for instance, South Africa, who has been doing this now, and the work that has come out on the presidential summit on GBV and the coordinated response to the GBV crisis. So that could be an important one to look at. I do believe it is important to declare it a crisis. Yes. Regarding the second question, of course, you know the realities of your work better than I do. You know the barriers that you are facing, you know the challenges that you are coming up against. And I am not certain I am in a position to provide the answers to that right now. I think it is important that we have this forum and continuing forums to discuss this. I think it is critical in, for instance, the rollout of the SADC model law on GBV. Look to the SADC model law on child marriage. What has worked well? What has not? Where can we learn from each other? Where has there been effective implementation and domestication? Where has it not? And then we learn from each other and go from there. And I think it is important, as you of course do in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, to keep an open discussion and communication between countries, right? And in discussing these challenges. I hope that answers your question. And thank you again so much for the opportunity to be here and partake in this very important discussion. On behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, we greatly appreciate it.
Sorry, moderator and the presenter. Just one aspect which has not been commented on, which is, would it help if our countries, our jurisdictions were to set aside special courts so as to deter offenders and make sure that cases of GBV nature are expedited? And what is your experience and your comments on that one? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the question I was missing. Thank you. I knew it was related to justice. I will go back to my office and discuss with my colleagues. I have not worked specifically on specialized courts, so I would be cautious in making a public statement on that here. We are very much available to continue to discussing this moving forward. What is entirely clear is that the access to justice and the judicial response to GBV must be of high priority. And it must go beyond, again, it must go beyond legislation. It must be training on gender sensitive, human rights based approaches, judicial stereotyping. I know that specialized courts have had effect as well. But again, I will just be honest and say that I cannot comment specifically on that right now, but I will take it back to my colleagues and we would be happy to continue these discussions after today. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora Charlotte, muito obrigada, senhor senador. As questões que vão sendo aqui colocadas são realmente muito pertinentes e que requerem uma certa exaustão nas questões, mas eu peço da parte tanto dos representantes como dos nossos apresentadores que sejamos bem específicos, porque temos muito pouco tempo para podermos levar o nosso fórum. Mas muito obrigada pela participação de cada um e eu espero que seja então procedimento para as próximas intervenções. Eu queria convidar desde já o senhor da UNFPA para fazer a apresentação, a próxima apresentação, e pedir também ao senhor de Itafelo, penso que já interviu, tem a mão levantada e deixa a mão confusa em termos de intervenção, por favor, para retirar a mão, e faz favor, convido então para a próxima apresentação o senhor da UNFPA. No mesmo procedimento, diga-nos o seu nome, o que faz e passe para a sua apresentação. Eu darei 8 minutos e terei a ser bem rigorosa com o tempo, para que 2 minutos antes então eu peço que conclua a sua intervenção e depois passamos para perguntas e respostas. Por favor, tenha a palavra.
Good morning, and it's almost good afternoon. This is Meron Nuguse from UNFP.
Sim, por favor, senhora Meron.
East and Southern Regional Office. I'm sorry, we are under load shedding and there might be a background voice. Good morning, Honorable Member of Parliamentarians. I will be presenting on our scoping assessment that we conducted with the leadership of the SADC Parliamentarians Forum, especially with the leadership of Madam Boyemose Kuma, the Secretary General. I will try to be in time. Let me share my screen.
Eu agradeço.
Can you see my screen?
Pode prosseguir com a sua apresentação.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my presentation is almost a follow-up to the presentation that we just heard. It will be focusing on child marriage, as I mentioned. So we all agree, like when a girl is married, her schooling usually ends, childbearing begins, opportunities evaporate, and doors to the future shut. And we are not talking about only a girl, but millions of similar girls are being affected in this region. Child marriage are almost universally banned, but yet they are happening 33,000 times a day, every day, all around the world, cutting across countries, cultures, religion, and ethnicities. And then when we come to our region in the East and Southern Africa, 32% of girls were married before their age 18. And then the next slide shows how it is in the 23 countries that we have in the East and Southern Africa. And then as you see, it might not be very visible, I'm sorry. But if you see the last two bars, South Sudan and Mozambique are the highest, and they are within the top 10 countries that are practicing child marriage severely. If you see 52% of South Sudan girls are married before age 18, and 53% of Mozambique girls are married before age 53. My apologies, some of the data might not be very recent. Some of them are taken from 2 years and 3 years back, but still they show how the practice is severely affecting our region. For the sake of time, I will leave this slide. This also shows how it's affecting our region, and it's showing the example of how it is different from one country to the other, and even within the same country from one province to the other province. So this shows how we have to contextualize our interventions, and then we cannot follow blanket approach to address child marriage. So the purpose of the scoping assessment that we conducted was to check and see if the SADC model law on child marriage was really being applied in all our countries, and then what were the gaps, and then what could we learn from the experience that we had in terms of implementing this SADC model law. So what we did was some documentation, we did some reviews, we tried to map legislation and policies, we identified opportunities for South-South sharing, and then we examined how the SADC model law can help strengthen regional and country level law and policy related to child marriage. And then we provided some recommendations for all of us to check and as much as possible implement as time and resource allows. So this scoping assessment is done by UNFPA and Equality Now, as I mentioned it earlier, with the leadership of the SADC Parliamentarian Forum. Some of the major findings are, in terms of process, we have seen the roles that were played by the Parliamentarian Forum was so crucial. But unfortunately, little documentation of processes, and so lesson learned may be lost. We had done too much. We had done very good, but in terms of documentation, we are not there. So in terms of sharing lesson learned, we might face some challenge. In terms of the foci of change, we have seen that so many countries, almost all countries, have said 18 as the minimum age of marriage. So the issue was implementation. And then the other challenge was achieving harmonization. Yes, the law is setting 18 as the minimum age of marriage, but between the constitution and then different laws dealing with child marriage, and between different types of law, there was lack of harmonization. So unless we have that harmonization at the country level, it will be very difficult to enforce the law at the national level. And then promoting cross-government and other stakeholder engagement is also very critical to bring the necessary change that we would like to have to end the practice. In terms of programming, we have noted that governments are working effectively with other organizations, which is very important. And the national and organizational plans are supported by the model law guidance. And we have seen very good comprehensive national plans, which are planning to end child marriage and even harmful practices by 2030. And then we have seen very tangible change in terms of implementing the model law, which I will come back to in a few minutes. And then there was also significant interventions in all the countries, in most of the countries at least, in terms of working to change hearts and minds, because this is not only about law or it's not about certain interventions, but it needs the hearts and the minds of the community to say, yes, we have to stop this practice. In terms of gaps, we have seen that we have to make better use of the law. There are many gaps in understanding on how to use law with justice. There is the law, but in terms of enforcing it, in terms of coordinating it with other means of enforcing the law is not well coordinated. And then, as I've already mentioned, because of lack of documentation and monitoring, evaluation, and learning mechanisms, the evidence is still patchy. We cannot say, oh, we have done this, this has worked very well, so we have to replicate it. That is missing, and that has to be something that we have to work jointly. Getting the most out of small-scale interventions and projects is also something that we have noticed as gaps. There are small-scale interventions that we could appreciate in all the countries, I can say, but in terms of really documenting them, studying them, and then making them effective in the rest of the provinces or in the rest of the countries is something that's missing. So it remains a small-scale intervention without taking it up to the other level. Number 4 is also talking to almost the same pose. To scale, we need to have domestic resource, we need to have international collaboration, we need to have a multi-sectoral response, but unless we bring all those together, scaling up might be challenging in the future. And then without scaling it up, then we will have the same issue again and again being discussed. So we have to document good practices and scale them up to the national and even to the regional level so that we will learn from what we have done so far. Number 5, I have already also mentioned it. Integrating legal and community-based approach is also something that we have to do. Yes, we have good legal provisions. Yes, we have good policies and strategies, but unless we coordinate them with community-based interventions, it will be very difficult to bring the necessary change that we would like to see in terms of ending this harmful practice. We also have highlighted the headline outcomes of the model law. 1, it has created common agenda on child marriage. Everybody could agree now at this point that child marriage should be eradicated from this region. So it has played this significant role in terms of making it a common agenda to all countries in the region. It has helped to review existing laws in all the countries, we may say. Strong and widely respected leadership of the Parliamentary Forum are really well accepted, and they could influence what's happening at the country level. So we have to use from time to time this respected leadership that we have in the Parliamentary Forum to monitor, evaluate what's happening at the national level so that it will not be only at the regional level. Holistic approach is required to end child marriage. We have seen that countries with strong multi-sectoral response and approach have really brought a significant change in terms of reducing this practice. We have to improve networkings from time to time. As I've mentioned, the legal provision, the school system, the health system, and other systems together with the community-led intervention should network so that we will have the same voice in terms of ending this practice. Improved reporting on issues related to child marriage is very important. There are some countries who have developed good reporting mechanisms, so we have to learn from those countries. The practices should be documented, as I've mentioned earlier, and those experiences should scale up at the regional level as well. And in the model law and the national commitment may have led to increased and improved programming around many aspects of ending child marriage. It's not only legal provision that has been provided by the model law, but it has wide spectrum of interventions and solutions that were provided by the model law that we have to implement, review from time to time. In terms of challenges and opportunities, according to the scoping assessment, there is relatively little fully documented evidence on what works to end child marriage. I've already mentioned it. This is something that we really want to work on. Even as UNFP, we would like to coordinate with SADC, and we would like to help in terms of documenting evidence, what has really worked in this region. Yes, it might have worked in Asia, it might have worked in Latin America, but can it work in Africa? Can it work in this region specifically? Is something that we have to review and document. As we might all agree, COVID has significantly interrupted what we used to have and the momentum. So we have to build back, and then to build back, what are the things that we have to consider should come out clearly so that we will not do business as usual. And during the assessment that we have really noted is still there is a confusion between the issue of age of marriage and age of consent. So this has to be harmonized and it has to be implemented. This is my last slide. And then as much as resource is allocated to ending child marriage, some of our respondents also mentioned that there might be a threat of distortion and corruption. So that's something that we should leave also for parliamentarians so that it will be monitored. The resources allocated for end child marriage should be continuously monitored, and the accountability mechanism also should be developed in a way that we will be using the resource for the issue that it's meant to be. Funding constraints are serious barriers to momentum for end child marriage work. A law is required because child marriage is not only a social norm issue, it is a matter of poverty. Unless we are able to send all girls to school, then that's also an issue. So it is a very complicated and comprehensive matter. So it needs funding, domestic funding and international funding, which we have to continue mobilizing. And the political engagement of champions is crucial to move both the law and the rest of the ending child marriage agenda. Poverty and disasters, as I have already mentioned, are key drivers as they are for the number of harmful practices. Underlying social problems can detract attention away from child marriage, even where commitments are high. Still measure community level resistance to ending child marriage. We are not yet there. So we have to really strengthen our community level engagement with religious leaders, with traditional leaders, with parents and teachers, so that we will really address this deep-rooted belief and practice at the grassroots level. Inadequate understanding of the political economy.
Por favor, eu gostaria de dar à senhora Meron mais minuto para concluir, então, a consolidar a sua apresentação.
Okay, I'm almost done. Thank you very much. legal approach to ending child marriage not fully embedded in the overall approach of child marriage. Sometimes we have noted that there are parallel interventions that are not really coordinated and harmonized. So the legal enforcement is doing something else and the community-led interventions are doing something else. So they have to really talk to each other and then make their program as comprehensive as possible. So these are this is my last slide, but there are 3 more slides which I will not present, but which shows according to the assessment per country, what are the existing laws, what are the strategy documents that we have in terms of mapping, what are the key programmings that we have, and what are the key issues and opportunities. So it's a very comprehensive document. It is almost under publication. Hopefully we will disseminate it in a week's time. And I hope that will be a very good reference point to see how this SADC model law, one of the prior model laws, is being implemented and how it will inform the next SADC model laws that are being developed and that is just being completed, like the gender-based violence SADC model law. So we could learn a lot from what has been done with SADC model law to end child marriage. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity and for the time. Sorry, I had to rush through the slides so that I will cover before I am out of power. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora Meron, pela sua apresentação. Foi exaustiva, mas muito rica em termos de informação, que com certeza deve ter despertado nos nossos apresentadores, ou nos nossos cidadãos e representantes, algumas questões e contribuições para serem colocadas agora no fórum. Por favor, eu quero dar então a palavra para os nossos presentes aqui, para então colocarem as suas contribuições e questões e respostas, algumas com certeza dirigidas à nossa apresentadora e outras apenas como contribuições e experiências. Por favor, tenha a vossa palavra. Mais uma vez, eu peço que se apresentem, digam o que façam e que sejam objetivos nas vossas questões para podermos ajudar então a sintetizar o tempo. Ainda tenho diante da tela a apresentação da senhora Meron. Vejo aqui a presença da senhora a pedido de intervenção do senhor Dot, que desde já eu passo a palavra.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the presenter for quite an informative presentation. Child marriages are a scourge which are not only affecting the SADC region, but I personally feel it's the whole world. And I think measures should be taken, or legislative measures should be taken, especially at the United Nations. I'll revisit that point. But I want to look at our region first, whereby I want to commend the SADC nations or our region for having, had this model law on child marriages, and which really kept the minimum age at around 18, which is a reasonable age for marriage. But the key challenge that is faced by most nations is implementation of these laws, or better still, domestication of the model laws. What happens is, I think we really need, for African countries and African countries in our region, there is need to concentrate on community and cultural norms, because some of these you see, misgivings that we look at them as violence, in some cultures, it's normal for a married woman to be beaten by the husband. It's accepted in the culture. And in some cultures, it's normal for a child to be married. So I think we really need to concentrate our effort on communities and cultural and behavioral changes. I think that way, otherwise we'll have these laws written and we won't be succeeding in our endeavors. I then said I would look at the United Nations. I think the United Nations is letting the whole world down in a way, because if we look at countries in Europe, some countries have no minimum age of marriage. Look at countries like Belgium, France, Greece, is it Estonia? Some of them have a minimum age of 15. Some of don't even have, those countries that I've mentioned don't even have a minimum age for marriage. So what is United Nations doing? We are even doing better in Africa because we have 18, but these countries are there in the so-called developed nations, and they don't have a minimum age for marriage. So I think child marriage legislation should be universal and should be spearheaded by the United Nations, so much so that all countries will have a buy-in. So if we're going to have a skewed approach where we go to other regions and say, you're doing well, you're not doing well at 18, and other countries have no minimum age at all, I think it's not fair. And that way we won't succeed in what we are trying to do. I submit, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor deputado Dout, pela sua contribuição e também uma crítica em volta deste tema. E agora eu passaria a apresentação, a palavra para o senhor senador Isaac, que também gostaria que colocasse ou a sua contribuição ou a sua questão aqui para o fórum. Por favor.
Thank you very much, estimable moderator, and thank you, the presenter, on that very insightful presentation. And so far, in particular, as it touches on child marriage. I would want to echo the last speaker on his intervention to the effect that, yes, it's laws, and laws. And maybe we need to strengthen our implementation frameworks and mechanisms. I can only echo him and maybe add to his intervention for the meeting as part of sharing experiences. Back at home here in Eswatini, we have embraced the law, the model law on child marriage. It is so strong. It states with 18 as the minimum marriageable age, and doesn't end up there. You have to be 18 and above, but you still have to get parental consent. And once you are 21, then you are presumed to be an adult, you can then marry. But what I was wanting to share with the meeting is that we here in Eswatini have strong traditional structure.
Vejo aqui interferência da parte do presidente. Pedimos à senhora...
Kindly mute.
Ok, muito obrigada, senhora Ana. Se faz favor, pode prosseguir, senhor senador.
Now, I was just sharing thanks and apologies for that glitch. I was saying back here as a way of sharing with the meeting. We have strong traditional structures to enforce the law, and as far as child marriages are concerned, we are making use of whistleblowers. If anyone was engaged in a marriage that was not sanctioned by the law or by the community there in terms of traditional norms, then the structures, the traditional structures are alerted and the law takes its course. I was just saying it is strong, very strong at our traditional level. It's very much implemented all the way through to the Western types of administration. It starts from the traditional roots all the way. So you cannot fool and mess around. I'm just sharing that it's well and good in the civilized Western world to talk about child marriage, the laws there. But if you leave the traditional settings, then we have not got it. It's just sharing experience, how we handle and how strong we are in Eswatini. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor senador, pela sua intervenção. Temos ainda mais duas mãos levantadas que eu vou limitar para as últimas desta apresentação, para podermos prosseguir. E eu vejo já há algum tempo a mão da senhora deputada Regina, da senhora Chair. Por favor, eu passo a palavra. Ausentou-se, então, enquanto eu a tenho ausente, a senhora Rose pode...
I'm there.
Senhora Rose, faz favor. Senhora deputada Rose.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, this topic is, it's very much of a concern for the SADC region. But at the end of the day, I cannot understand why the countries of the SADC region can develop successful models to ensure that we reduce, because we were talking about child marriage. First, let's look at the indicators. Let's look at the problems. Let's look at the issues within our region. We have a lot of unintended pregnancies. We have a lot of illegal abortions. We have a lot of maternal morbidity. We have a lot of maternal mortality. We have a lot of young girls who are not attending school because of child marriage. So are we waiting for the Western Bloc to tell us what to do? I believe we as the SADC region, we should not sit down and talk, but we should put our minds together and see how we can implement strategies that can at least ensure there are reforms within our region. One thing is that, is it child marriage? Is it because of our culture? Is it because of our religion? Is it because we are segregated? So let's look at all those things and see how we can best do it, because we've been talking about the same issue all year round. But what are the actions that have been implemented within our region? The talkings will take us nowhere. We need actions, positive action, comprehensive action, so that at least one of our children will grow up to be what they want to be. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada Rose. Perdi a senhora Chairman, a senhora Chairperson, deputada Regina. Se não a tenho, então eu passaria para concluído esta apresentação. Sim, sim, senhora.
Hello, yeah, I'm here. I am here.
Tá bem, eu lhe darei a palavra muito rapidamente para que possa deixar então a sua contribuição e assim fecharmos esse painel. E não temos muito tempo, faz favor. Eu passo-lhe a palavra.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have listened to these two very interesting presentation. I wanted to point out that SADC had a model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting the girl child already in marriage that was passed in 2016. And yet it would be good to know how many countries, how many SADC countries has domesticated this model law. And yet there are many challenges, a lot of challenges in implementing this model law. There are barriers in implementing this model law. Barriers like cultural, religious barrier. And we have to find out how do we address this issue. And yet we have to know who is responsible to spearhead this model law. How many countries have domesticated this model law and the harmonization of the model law to prevent child marriage and to stop child marriage, eradicate child marriage, and yet to protect the girl child already in marriage. We have to do, how do you say? We have to sit down and do a positive thinking as regard to this issue. If you will allow me also, one issue also that is affecting women in the SADC countries, which we have to address at some point, is the issue of marital rape. Maybe this, I'll just put this on the table, but maybe this is an issue that we should take up in another forum. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Muito obrigada, senhora. Obrigada. Bem, não poderemos prosseguir para esta apresentação, mas uma vez que os temas estão interligados, com certeza que algumas das questões poderão se encaixar nos temas seguintes, e eu passarei então para o tema que se segue para a senhora Foster Mafiala, de Malawi. Isso também sem descurar a presença de várias intervenções no chat muito ricas, que estarão registradas para a nossa abordagem, com certeza tomamos nota. Senhora Mafala, se faz favor a sua Mafiala. Pode apresentar-se e então, depois da apresentação e sobre aquilo que faz, colocar a sua apresentação no fórum. Está convidada. Sua palavra é sua.
Thank you very much. My name is Foster Mafiala, and I'm a youth advocate from Malawi, representing SRHR Africa Trust and the young people as well. So I'll briefly talk about the model laws. After having the model law, then what? What is happening? So I have a very brief but yet thought-provoking presentation. So now I'll share my screen. I'm sure we can all see. So Basically, as I mentioned earlier, I'll talk about the model law and what are we doing afterwards. So first and foremost, I would like to recognize the member states, the SADC member states and the parliamentarians in here for all the efforts that are doing in line with the model law. So I would also like to recognize all the efforts that are happening in other countries as well. For example, outlawing child marriages, removing or raising the age of consent for marriage. For example, Malawi, it's 18, Zimbabwe as well, Eswatini, Namibia. So that's a very commendable job. But what are we doing after having all these ages at 18? Say a child can only get married at 18. But if this is not put into practice, I think we still have a lot of child marriages that are happening. So bear with me. So I'll focus pretty much on delivery and domestication of the model law. So in the SADC region, about 26% of the girls get married before the age of 18. This is because of cultural values, poverty, pandemics. For example, COVID. When COVID came in, schools were forced to be closed. This forced a lot of children to engage in different behaviors, and a lot of parents were forced out of their work, so they opted to marrying their children so that they can have at least something. So I've seen that also pandemics can also lead to contribute to child marriages, inequitable allocation of government resources. I think we prioritize other ministries, but the Ministry of Gender or Women, they're not prioritized. They're given less money. So I think we're heavily relying on donors to deal with the issue of child marriages instead of us owning it as legislators in the parliament to say we're prioritizing the issues of child marriages, or this special allocation is going towards the Ministry of Gender and Women Affairs. So I think inequitable allocation of government resources is also an issue, and as well as a non-responsive environment towards the vice are some of the factors fueling child marriages. So we might have the good, the beautiful policies on the ground, the model laws and whatnot, but the actual implementation on the ground is not taking place. It's not happening. So after having all these beautiful policies and documents, what else? What are we doing? What is that child in the rural area, the uncle trying to marry her or being forced to get married by their parents, and the courts are doing nothing, the police are doing nothing? What are we doing to enforce the laws to make sure that they're being implemented? So girls who get married at a younger age at a risk of pregnancy-related injuries, like for example, obstructed labor, obstetric fistula. We can also lose a child during birth. So these are some of the implications that a child, if you get married off them pretty fast, they're prone to have pregnancy-related injuries. So also child marriages also affect the psychological and the physical well-being of the child. Someone who is, for example, 16 years, start thinking about taking care of a home, emotionally is affected, cannot be productive, thinking about taking care of the children, but yet this young person has a potential to become the next MP representing the area as well. So also child marriages contribute to high fertility, in turn affecting population growth, thereby affecting all the countries not to achieve the demographic dividend. Continuation. So despite having the SADC model law and other ending child marriages related laws in different countries, there are some issues that have been observed that are still happening, even though we have these beautiful documents and policies in place. So I will let you know on we still have a number of harmful cultural practices that are promoting or tolerating child marriages. For example, here in Malawi, we have called FISI, called Kuloa Ugufa. Those are some of the issues that are affecting children. So they get to initiation ceremonies, they're being told to go and practice what they're taught in these ceremonies, initiation ceremonies. There, once they're practicing what they're being taught in the initiation ceremonies, they are prone to getting pregnant, experiencing sexual harassment, gender-based violence as well, and also prone to getting STIs or HIV. So
if we're not dealing with these harmful cultural practices that are still ongoing, I think there's nothing, even though we have these model laws and child marriages, related laws in place. There are also teenage pregnancies are still high. Even during the COVID time, we saw the numbers of teenage pregnancies skyrocketing. Now it's still ongoing, but yet we have all these policy systems in place, but these things are still happening. Where are we going on? And also, strict and effective enforcement of related laws in China is still a challenge. As I said, we have these documents, but the enforcement on the ground is not happening. We might have said, okay, Malawi has, according to the Marriage, Divorce and Family Relations Act of 2018, every child by the age of 18 should get married. Someone who is less than that is supposed to be receive punishment. So this in the communities, we're still facing the challenges. So the young people are still getting married at the same age. Sorry, I got cut off network. But yeah, as I was saying, in the ground, this is not happening. Young people are still getting married at the age of 16, 17, and our courts are doing nothing around that. The penal code are not providing punishment to people that are marrying young people from the ages of 16 or 17. So enforcement of these documents or laws is still a challenge. And also the issue of aligning the domestic law to other global related child marriages instruments. I think it's also an issue, even at the country level, to align all the policies on child affairs, child protection, to align themselves towards the model law. I think it's also an issue. There's also issue of insufficient resource allocation towards social protection and economic empowerment programs. I think once a child has been removed from the marriage and now they are home, they are more likely to go back to their marriage, because we celebrate to say we have removed this child from child marriage. But then what are we doing afterwards? What are we doing to empower that girl child to make sure that mindset change is happening? They cannot go back to marriage as well. So the issue of economic empowerment, I think, also has to come in. What are we doing to empower that girl and also their homes as well, to make sure that they're not going back? Because some of the contributing factor is also poverty. But what are we doing once we have removed this child from marriage? And also the issue of poor domestication of the model law. Not a lot of people are aware of the model law. So I'll proceed to recommendations before I conclude my short presentation. I think the issue of aligning all domestic ending child marriage laws to the model law and further global instruments, it's an issue. We have to look at the model law, what it's saying. We have to align our domestic related laws towards the model law and also the global instruments. We also have to enhance domestication of the SADC model law to member state countries. I think not a lot of people are aware of what the model law is. You can approach someone from the Lesser Minister of Gender, ask them what does the model law say. I think there are very few that are aware of that this.
Ok, muito obrigada. Senhor Foster Mafiala. Fica aqui uma reflexão profunda de impacto e consequências do casamento infantil, apresentado na Voz da Juventude a este fórum parlamentar, do qual com certeza caberá questões, mais uma vez, para contribuições, perguntas e respostas a serem colocadas aqui aos nossos senhores deputados e também partilhando a experiência com os outros presentes. Por favor, passo a palavra. Não vejo aqui nenhum pedido. Não vejo aqui nenhum pedido de intervenção.
Apologies, Miss Elizabeth.
Sim, sim.
Could you kindly allow the presenter to conclude? He was only left with one point in the presentation. If it is acceptable, that's to give the voice of the youth prominence. Thank you.
Obrigada. Eu percebi que ele tinha dito thank you, but please, por favor, Sr. Foster, pode terminar a sua apresentação.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think
Última questão.
we have the young people at the table, and thank you, Madam, for recognizing that I was only remaining with 1 point, and also the voice of the young people have to be heard. I was only remaining on the issue of there's need to increase funding towards social protection programs that offer child brides and their families better social and economic opportunities. I think it's in our mandate as legislators to make sure that also the issue of social protection programs receive increased funding to make sure that young people are not going back to child marriages, thereby being empowered and connected to other generation income activities. I submit. Thank you very much.
Obrigada pela conclusão, que foi muito rica, para então poder terminar. Faz favor, senhores presentes, representantes, senhores deputados, temos agora um momento, então, para refletirmos diante de uma apresentação que reflete a voz da juventude e algumas das realidades dentro da SADC. Tem a palavra. Senhor Isaac, faz favor.
Okay, thank you, honorables. One thing I want to pose before the intervention's gone, I would like to ask each presenter to at least position his or her own camera for us to be able to grab the shot of her or his head for media issues. Yeah, so thank you.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Sr. Isaac. Aqui é uma questão técnica, em termos de imagem. Podemos prosseguir? Podemos prosseguir? Alguma intervenção diante desta temática muito profunda, uma reflexão muito profunda? Muito obrigada, senhora Benilde. Senhora Benilde, senhora Benilde, por favor, tem a palavra. Eu estou a dar a palavra à senhora Benilde para fazer a sua contribuição, para nos dar a sua contribuição.
Tá sim, boa tarde. Desculpa,
Sim,
estava a ter problemas com o micro. Eu
palavra
chamo
é
Benilde
sua.
Nhaliguilo. Estou a falar de Moçambique e trabalho para o ROS, que é o Fórum da Sociedade Civil para os Direitos das Crianças.
Obrigada.
Eu queria fazer um comentário à volta da apresentação, quando se falou sobre alguns desafios que ainda temos na implementação da lei modelo. Eu gostaria de sublinhar aqui e repisar a questão da alocação do orçamento para a implementação da lei. Muitos de nós, o caso do meu país, Moçambique, também tivemos uma estratégia que está agora em avaliação e atualização. Temos uma lei específica, que foi uma das recomendações da lei modelo, uma lei bastante progressista, e estamos a fazer muito trabalho no âmbito da consciencialização e mobilização das pessoas para a prevenção, mas também para a denúncia, mas os serviços que respondem a este tipo de desafio lidam com muitas preocupações por falta de orçamento, por falta de outros materiais, por falta de um espaço onde se possa, de fato, assistir às nossas vítimas ou sobreviventes das uniões prematuras. Então, gostaria daqui fazer um apelo muito grande de advocacia e não só também os nossos estados e governos para alocarem orçamento para o fim das uniões prematuras. Muito obrigada.
Obrigada, senhora Benilde. Aqui um desafio relativamente às questões de orçamento sensível ao género. E então fica aqui a questão colocada para a reflexão e colocada aos senhores deputados. Mais algum interveniente? Se não tivermos, eu penso que estamos em condições para dar sequência para o tema seguinte, que é o representante nos vai falar sobre o plano internacional. Vejo aqui a mão da senhora Rose, senhora deputada Rose, que pede a palavra. Então, sim, penso que será uma intervenção deste momento. Senhora Rose, por favor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have one simple question in regards to how many countries within the SADC region have ratified and domesticated the Convention on the Right of the Child. Thank you. In relation to child marriage.
A questão é dirigida à apresentadora ou à senhora Benilde? Não percebi, senhora deputada. É uma questão dirigida
the question is addressed not to the presenter, but to the SADC Secretariat. Thank you.
Okay. Bem, obrigada. Então, passo a palavra para alguém do secretariado. Não sei se é para responder para este momento ou se é uma questão de reflexão.
Togo?
Sim. Sim, senhora Boemo.
Ms. Togo, would you like to take the floor?
Não. Sim, senhora Boemo. Se não for, então fica aqui uma questão para ser refletida.
Madam SG.
Sim.
No. If you allow Honorable Rosie, Mr. K, if you could allow us to allow the presentations to unfold, and there are presenters who've worked very closely with the SADC PF in this regard, like the Goodwill Ambassador, certain others, they will take on the issue. I'm just trying to really make it a true public hearing so that we don't dominate ourselves and immerse ourselves to what we are often saying, but allow the community to be the one to be a reflective mirror in terms of our processes. I hope this will be, you'll indulge me in that order. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG. Thank you very much. So I will await. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora secretária. Obrigada, senhora Boemo, pela ressalva aqui. E então podemos prosseguir com a apresentação do representante do Plano Internacional. Se o temos aqui presente, por favor, dou a sua palavra. Dou a palavra. Bem, o silêncio diz que provavelmente não esteja aqui, e então eu passo a palavra para a senhora Danai Rus. Conforme o programa, nós não teremos a presença da senhora Elma e a senhora Elma Dandawa, mas estará presente ou estará a fazer a sua apresentação a senhora Danai Rus. Ela nos falará sobre as questões de apoio à mulher solteira, capacitação econômica com proteção contra a violência. Então, esta será a última intervenção da manhã e eu passo a palavra para a senhora Danai Rus. Por favor, a palavra é sua. Senhora Danai, pode comentar isso?
Hi. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Danai Ruze Murewa in Zimbabwe. I am submitting on single mother support, economic empowerment, and protection against violence. How has the SADC model law on child marriages assisted to mitigate child marriage? How do citizens propose that the recently adopted SADC model law on gender-based violence be disseminated to them? Which structure needed to be put in place at domestic level to promote a speed incorporation of model laws? As it is important as disseminating the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, it is important to find domestic ways to implement key components and to protect young women. Allow me to share some ways that I've seen working in my community in terms of disseminating of the model law and other laws to protect young girls. It has been a privilege engaging with Rosalia Memorial Trust and getting support as a young woman who represents a huge number of single mothers. I have seen many ways that they have used to domesticate the SADC model law and other laws that I will share in this presentation. As a young woman, I conduct a girls' safe space called Nanga, which was started by Rosalia Memorial Trust in 2009, and I'm a facilitator. Of this girls' space called Nanga in my rural community. After it was seen that girls and young women in rural areas lack information, yet the laws that protect them are available, they are very much unaware of them. As a facilitator, it is my duty to share and disseminate the SADC model law in my community to as many girls as possible in my country. Members of Parliament, it has been a privilege to be one of the women that enable information sharing and awareness of laws and protect girls from GBV. But my efforts have not been enough. There is need for support, and support that I get is from Rosalia Memorial Trust with information that I share with my fellow girls and women in my community. We need support from the government to scale up the dissemination of these laws. To the rural community, I have lived to see most of my fellow neighbors being able to attain services and justice that they deserve. There is a lot of survivors of GBV that could benefit from the model law, but they are unaware of it, and some do not have the power to advocate using it. This needs to be rectified, honorable members, because the SADC model law emphasizes on governments to use the model law to come up with national strategies that protect girls and other children from child marriage and protect children already in child marriage. With gratitude of the national strategies that the government in partnership with civil society organizations like Rosaria Memorial Trust, I see the strategy of Seketa Kumwanaskana working is effectively and should be scaled up to assist all girls in Africa. The Seketa to Mwanaskana is a strategy that is used whereby a girl child is given a female hen or a goat or a rabbit, which are domestic livestock. And the female hen and the female hen or a goat should be able to breed and give the girl child will always have something to belong to them that they can sell when they have needs. This strategy is used as an economic empowerment strategy that protects children from violence. As I engage with communities, I have realized that many of us are abused because of little things like a soft drink, and our mothers are abused when they ask for small things like when they ask for money to buy salt, yet there is seketa kumanaskana. Strategy enables women and girls to always have a livestock that they can sell or extend to get these items. Along with the laws that I will emphasize that economic empowerment is equally important with programs like the technical vocational education training for survivors of GBV, making an impact that protects women from further violence. The program has been focusing on women in rural areas, and I am glad that it focuses on geographical areas which are less considered by many initiatives. We have seen many survivors living much independent and hence less violence. I am taking this opportunity to applaud traditional leaders that have taken the initiative to create bylaws that protect children, girls, and young women from GBV. I have seen my chief from Rewa in my community, Chief Mangwene, with support from Rosaria Memorial Trust, having bylaws disseminating them publicly every time he meets more than 5 people and enforcing them in his court. If honorable members could support to enable as many chiefs as possible to have these bylaws, as the community are more familiar with bylaws. And if only the traditional leaders can be supported to integrate the national laws and models in their litigation processes in their courts. I think they require more of your support, honorable members. Whilst we consider amplifying and integrating the initiatives, and I have highlighted, I should say that all these efforts need survivors to have education, hence the need to raise whilst we consider amplifying the integrating the initiatives that I have highlighted, I should say that all these efforts need survivors to have education. Hence, the need to raise awareness on re-entry program, which is being implemented by most countries. The problem that remains is that a lot of people, especially in rural areas, are unaware of the program, and therefore will never benefit from it. My recommendation are the model law domestication should be followed by the model law domestication should be followed by implementation that keep from protecting them besides the unavailability of the laws. The ministries of education, social welfare, and human affairs services should be given a huge budget and funds that includes for survivors of GBV, as they are now the greater population of the country. I am looking forward to seeing documents being put to action. Thank you, honorable members.
Muito obrigada, senhora Danai, pela sua apresentação. Ficaram aqui as recomendações dirigidas, então, ao fórum. Estamos bem em cima do horário do almoço. Como não vejo aqui nenhuma apresentação, fica a mensagem de que ficou claro aquilo que foi expressada pela nossa jovem Danai. E então penso que, não havendo momento, nenhuma outra contribuição, que seria o momento ou pergunta, se me permitir, então, senhora secretária, podemos então encerrar a sessão para esta manhã e voltaremos. Sim, então, se não há nenhum pronunciamento sobre a apresentação que aqui foi feita. Ok, vejo aqui uma, penso que será apenas a única. Eu autorizarei a fazer a última para enriquecer, então, esta apresentação da senhora Benilde. Senhora Benilde tem 2 minutos. Por favor, coloque a sua questão.
Sim, muito obrigada. Talvez não seria uma questão, mas uma contribuição, que é quando desenhamos os nossos programas, as nossas políticas de prevenção e combate aos casamentos prematuros, nós chamamos de uniões prematuras no nosso país, eu penso que muitas delas esquecemos que metade das meninas já estão em uniões prematuras. Então, concordo com o investimento que temos que fazer, que é o maior investimento na área da prevenção, mas não deixemos para trás as meninas que já estão em casamentos prematuros, e o meu sentimento é que precisamos de desenvolver e adequar as estratégias de mitigação, portanto, do impacto das uniões prematuras, especificamente também em meninas que já estão em uniões prematuras. Muito obrigada.
Ok. Muito obrigada pela sua breve contribuição. E então penso que estamos em condições de passar a palavra a quem fecharia o momento. Senhora Toco. Concluímos então este momento da primeira sessão da manhã, e eu quero agradecer a presença e a participação de cada um, seja dos apresentadores, da presença dos senhores deputados e a presença de cada cidadão presente a este fórum. Então, desejo bom almoço, para retornarmos então para o próximo, às 14 horas, às 14 horas, para dar continuidade dos nossos trabalhos. Obrigada.
Thank you, moderator. Well said. Honorables, distinguished participants, may we please break for lunch and come back as the moderator has pointed out. Thank you.
something we're using something, time, space, distance, just really think about it. Getting ready. No time to do it.
And compete to win cash prizes every day.
Honorable members, distinguished participants, and visitors, we are now going to start our after lunch session for the public hearings. I'm going to hand over to the moderator to go on with the moderation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Toko. Have you confirmed if the chairperson is here?
Madam Secretary General, I'm here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Secretary General, I'm there. Good afternoon.
Karibu, Honorable. Thank you. Chair, we may proceed if the other members are joining. Maybe with your indulgence, if we give them a minute or two. I see the audio is rolling, the bandwidth issue. Okay, Honorable Ndiweni managed to join as well. Yeah, we may proceed, Honorable Chair. Is your first presenter available, Elizabeth? Unmute Elizabeth.
Ok, tá ligado, sim. Ok, muito obrigada, senhora secretária, muito boa tarde. Boa tarde a todos os membros do comitê. Boa tarde, senhora Boema, secretária-geral da SADC. E muito boa tarde, senhores deputados e aos estimados delegados e cidadãos presentes nesta sessão. Espero que tenham tido um bom almoço, né? E que estejamos mais ativos e presentes para as reflexões que se seguem. Agora eu passaria a palavra para as nossas entidades aqui presentes para que pudessem se apresentar, assim, a pedido da senhora, conforme orientou a senhora secretária-geral. Por favor, tenha a palavra. Gostaríamos de vos conhecer e saber que estão presentes aqui no fórum. Alô? Alô? Alô?
We can hear you, Pedro. Toko may wish to kindly confirm.
Senhor Pedro, consegue me ouvir? Tá. Então, gostaríamos de convidar o senhor da UE das Nações Unidas, ODC, para que pudesse então tomar a palavra.
UNODC.
Bem, permita-me, senhora secretária, senhora secretária-geral, se não tivermos a presença dele, talvez pudéssemos trocar, chamaríamos o próximo e depois, se ele estivesse presente, então retomaríamos para a primeira apresentação. Peço autorização para fazer isso. Eu gostaria de ter o retorno da proposta que eu aqui coloco. Seria apenas por uma questão de gestão de tempo, se não temos aqui presente, neste momento. Vou chamar mais uma vez o senhor da UNODC. Por favor, passo a palavra, senhor da UNODC, nosso representante. Bem, penso que ainda não o temos presente. Então, gostaria de saber da senhora secretária-geral se aceite a proposta de chamarmos o próximo apresentador ou não.
Elizabeth, indeed, we can call on the next presenter. The difficulty may be that they are probably going to join in at the scheduled time that we gave them. So I'm not sure if I'll be helpful in this regard. Maybe let us check who has already joined us, who's on the list. We know we are supposed to have UNODC, the African Union Goodwill Ambassador, ARASA, SAFES. Any of those organizations represented, may they kindly indicate by raising their hand so we know how to work with the program. If they've not yet joined, the rapporteur may wish to give a summary from this morning's proceedings so that we save time from what would ordinarily happen at the end of the session. If that pleases the chair, I propose.
And I second, Madam Secretary General.
Ok, obrigada.
Honorable Chair, Madam SG, we have now Dr. Nyarizai from the UN ambassador to take the floor because we had agreed that she will do so at 2 p.m. I can see she is here now.
We may proceed accordingly.
Ok. Obrigada, senhora Toco. Assim sendo, né, e tendo a permissão para prosseguirmos com a apresentação da senhora Niara Dad.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Thank you for inviting me. I have a number of PowerPoint slides to accompany my presentation, which I'll share after my presentation. Let me start by appreciating the SADC Parliamentary Forum for inviting me as the African Union Goodwill Ambassador on ending child marriage to this very important hearing. I will speak a little bit about the AU campaign to end child marriage, my own engagement with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, especially on the model law on ending child marriage. I'll go specifically into my observations and recommendations, and then give some conclusions within the time that you have allocated to me. I want to acknowledge and appreciate that my address to you and my presentation, honorable members, also draws from my country monitoring visits as the AU Goodwill Ambassador. In the last 5 months, we've been to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, to Malawi, and I want to appreciate, and Mozambique, and I want to appreciate the member states who have hosted us as an AU mission, and also to appreciate that all those who supported me in preparing my AU Goodwill Ambassadors report, which I submitted to the African Union ministers this year. And I'm requesting the SADC Parliamentary Forum to make that report available. My colleagues from the AU CSO Reference Group, our partners whom we work with, the Break Free Consortium, the Regional Young Women's Network, the Council of Traditional Leaders in Africa, Plan International, Save the Children, and many others, including the UN agencies. I am very excited to see where we are today, noting that the AU campaign to end child marriage was launched in 2014, and it was to implement the African Charter and also Agenda 2063. Regional economic communities, including the SADC Parliamentary Forum, are critical institutions of the African Union as well. They are the building blocks to our continental framework. On adoption of the AU campaign was the appointment of myself as the AU Goodwill Ambassador and a special rapporteur, and also the president of Zambia is our presidential champion on ending child marriage. Therefore, the SADC region has both the AU Goodwill Ambassador and the presidential champion coming from the region. And we want to say thank you to SADC and to the Parliamentary Forum for enabling me and also the presidential champion on our work, because we also derive a lot of support from the SADC member states. With regards to the SADC model law on ending child marriage, I want to appreciate that I had the opportunity to be there during the co-creation, or when you created and then adopted the SADC model law. Thank you so much through Secretary General, Madam Boemo, for that leadership, for that support. I was in Swaziland, in Eswatini, when you adopted the model law. I could hear a pin drop because it was the turning point where our parliamentarians, you were setting the tone. I also had the opportunity to participate in a number of meetings of the Oversight Committee when you were defining your ways of work and your approach. Therefore, being here today with you for the hearings, I'm like doing a little dance, because I can see the continuity of work and the very substantive ways in which, as a parliament, you have taken the clarity that the power of parliamentarians also comes from the people. And you are enabling us as citizens of the SADC to speak directly to you. Congratulations, congratulations. This is very important methodology and approach. And I want to recommend our governments and our SADC to continue to resource the Oversight Committee in order to have this as annual platforms within which you engage and you assess where we are. I want to move quickly to the substance of the SADC model law itself. The model law set the age of 18 as the age of marriage. What I see as the AU Goodwill Ambassador and also running Rosaria Memorial Trust, we have significant progress. I really want to applaud the SADC member states for progress where the age of 18 is either in the constitutions or in subsidiary laws. However, some countries have age of marriage as the age of marriage, but child marriage is not criminalized. It's prohibited, but it's not criminalized. It's very important for us to note the difference between a prohibition and a criminalization. We also know that in a number of countries, child marriage is also carried in other pieces of legislation, either it's the Children's Codes in Tanzania, in Zambia, or the Children's Act in Zimbabwe, or the Penal Codes, or the Violence Against Women law. So we still need an alignment and a harmonization, knowing that child marriage is not only treated in the marriage law, but also in other laws. One other painful area, but which we hope that the SADC Parliamentary Forum will find language for us, and we hope Mozambique will give us inspiration, as you have done with the premature unions. We cannot continue to call it child marriage because you have prohibited a child to get married. We are talking about child rape, child sexual exploitation, child abuse, trafficking, forced labor. So we still have to find an appropriate word that speaks to the essence of what you seek to eradicate. My recommendations on the issue of laws is that we also need countries not to have exceptionalism. Some countries have prohibited child marriage and they say, however, it is accepted if it is according to their custom, to their culture or religion. Exceptionalism still exists, and I've already talked about criminalization. Secondly, many of our SADC countries have national strategies or national action plans to end child marriage, which have derived their ethos from the SADC model law. And congratulations, they may not have domesticated in parliament, but they've taken the essence of the SADC model law to inform their national strategies or their national action plans. Some countries have seen the issue of child marriage being included as an indicator in the national statistics, in the national census. My recommendation is that is a critical breakthrough. We need all national censuses to include an indicator on age of marriage. Most national strategies are not sufficiently funded or resourced. It is the role of Parliament, honorable members. You have oversight over budgets in our countries. Most countries have national strategies and plans of action which are not funded. They look for external resources from Spotlight, from GPE, from the Global Fund, but our own money, our own domestic resources is not sufficiently going to fight child marriage. I also see in terms of our national strategies that national human rights institutions, like our human rights commissions, our gender commissions, have been taking the issue of child marriage, but the effort is uneven. It's not systematic within the region. And therefore, this is also an area, honorable members, that is important because human rights institutions are part of the oversight and they give their reports directly to our parliaments. So we would recommend a stronger engagement. I want to quickly, with the time I have, move to education, health, sexual and reproductive health, and justice. Education is both prevention and protection. It's acknowledged. However, in many of our countries, education was compulsory. That compulsory nature is not enforced. It's said to be free, but it's not really free. And it's free maybe in primary, but marriage happens when girls are going to secondary. So we recommend strong policies in education for free, compulsory, and gender-sensitive education that allows our girls to remain in school and to be protected. Re-entry policies are critical. Girls who experience teenage pregnancy and child marriage should have a right to go back to school. And I'm glad to see a huge effort in the SADC region around this work. We've seen it in Zambia, congratulations. We've seen it, Tanzania has reversed their policies, congratulations. However, issues around stigma, child care, discrimination, attitude of school administrators, we know those are operational issues, but when you pass the law on re-entry, ensure that issues around stigma, childcare, psychosocial support are included. There's very little funding around mental health and psychosocial support. Our children are dying, they're committing suicide, they're committing illegal and safe abortion, and there is not enough support resources, staff services in our communities to address this issue. We also see under health, has been said already by UNFPA and other colleagues, a disparity on a sensitive issue around the age of marriage and the age of sexual consent. We still see the age of sexual consent being lower than the age of marriage. And the other age that we want to see is the age of access to sexual and reproductive health services. These are three different things. Access to health care is a right. And the issues around age of consent and age of marriage needs to be addressed within the region. And lastly, around justice, mandatory sentencing, honorable members. Our children are being raped. We don't have mandatory sentencing, and there is a range of issues within the whole area to do with justice. At times, criminals, alleged criminals, are given bail in a case of incest, and they are thrown back into the same community where they've allegedly committed the offense, and it's very hard. So we need victim-centric and survivor-centric approaches. I want to move quickly to social norms, an important area which you have already started to discuss. The current conversation is that the African culture, which is supposed to be a protector of our children and protector of human rights for women and children and all people, is portrayed more as the perpetrator. Culture, traditions, religions are supposed to be protectors, and they are documented more and more as perpetrators. And I'm very excited to see the efforts emerging with the Council of Traditional Leaders in Africa, COTLA, the efforts emerging with the Council of Religious Leaders, who are saying, let's reclaim back the ethos of culture as protectors of human rights, so that people who are those who abuse children cannot use culture or religion to justify a criminal act. For me, that is very powerful. So I want really to congratulate the traditional leaders in Southern Africa. We see emerging good best practices, the adoption of bylaws. Yesterday, the other day, we were launching the commitments of the chiefs from UMP. I've seen Chief Kachindamoto, the chiefs Madzimawe and others. And recently, Mozambique did a huge event of traditional leaders. That is implementation of the SADC model. We've also seen a reclaiming of the positive safe spaces for young women and for young people. And in that work, we are seeing that we need positive cultures around age-appropriate sexuality education, but we need to do away with the negative practices that happen within these spaces, whether we are talking about Nanga, Echinamali, Pachibwanze, Padare, or Egumeni. We're saying these are our traditional spaces. Let's do away with the negativity that is within these spaces, but let's not throw away the baby with the bathwater as we implement the SADC model law. And therefore, for me, it's good that there is a solid movement happening within the SADC region to reposition culture. and you have groundedness. So my rights, my culture, my identity is part of what is emerging. I want to recommend that this efforts at the country level needs to be scaled up, because we know the role of tradition is social norms, contributing to legislation. They are part of the justice and they are part of development. I want to end with some key recommendations. So the first recommendation, I really want the SADC Parliamentary Forum to be a parliament. I call on the member states to ratify that protocol, to make our Parliamentary Forum a parliament, so that these model laws can become the law, and we then don't need to have another subsidiary legislation. They can be directly applicable. My second recommendation is, through the SADC Parliamentary Forum, is to have adequate resources to fighting child marriage. My Africa is not poor. We have the gold, the diamond, the oils, the agricultural potential, the tourism. Can we use the resources of our continent to really invest in basic services, instead of relying on neighbors to put down our house on fire? When your house is on fire, you use your water and whatever you have, then your neighbor comes to help. So my second call is, let's use Africa's resources primarily for the basic services that protect our children. Thirdly, I'm asking the SADC Parliamentary Forum to have a joint session with the traditional leaders in the SADC region. When we are meeting with traditional leaders, they'll say, these are issues of the law. It's the parliament which is making law. When we meet with you honorable members, you say, this is an issue of culture. It's the traditional leaders. Can SADC Parliamentary Forum have a joint session with the traditional leaders on our region to reaffirm, reconfirm the SADC model law, so that we don't hide behind culture, nor should cultural leaders say this is an issue around the policy space, but we move together. I think that would be very powerful in moving with implementation. Last two recommendations, honorable members, continue to have these hearings. Can partners, our government, support these annual hearings? Collaborate with civil society, support the efforts within our communities of young people, and the nascent efforts for us to have some think tank from civil society, academia, that works with you, that pushes with you around the issues of child marriage. It has been an honor for me, honorable members. I'm here to also say thank you. I have served as your African Union Goodwill Ambassador for the last 8.5 years. My term is coming to an end this December, and I'm also here to say thank you, congratulations. SADC is the only REC, the only regional economic community which has a model law, not only in Africa, but continentally. SADC is the only parliamentary forum that has been able to stand up and stand there as we negotiated the various UN resolutions, including the recent one on ending child marriage. I'm very proud to be a citizen of SADC. I'm very proud that it might not be easy, but it is possible. It's because of your leadership and your courage. Congratulations, and thank you for having me in these hearings. Thank you very much.
Tá? Muito obrigada, senhora embaixadora, pela sua intervenção, que traz aqui à mesa e chama a atenção a vários aspectos bem particulares daquilo que é a temática que nos foi apresentada, que com certeza vai despertar várias intervenções aqui E então passaremos o momento para as questões a serem colocadas e os contributos a serem feitos pelos nossos presentes. Muito obrigada, Sra. Embaixadora. Desde já, passamos então para perguntas e respostas. Vejo aqui a mão levantada da parte do Sr. François. Sr. François, eu passo a palavra para a sua intervenção e a sua contribuição para este tema que nos foi apresentado.
Voilà, j'espère que tout le monde m'écoute. Tout le monde m'écoute, j'espère. Je peux continuer?
Eu consigo ouvi-lo. Eu consigo ouvi-lo bem.
Ouais, voilà, j'ai suivi l'intervention de l'ambassadrice de l'Union africaine et ça a été vraiment très enrichissant. Et étant la jeunesse parlementaire au sein de la région de la SADC, nous devons, donc je tiens juste à rappeler ou soit à revenir ce qu'il a dit et ce qu'elle a dit plus tôt. Nous devons organiser beaucoup de sessions comme celle-ci, donc de forums publics, avec des thématiques, bien sûr, comme ça a été fait d'ailleurs, pour pouvoir discuter sur ces thématiques. Et à la fin, bon, s'il y a la possibilité de proposer des solutions vis-à-vis des problèmes que nous aurons à traiter dans les thématiques. Et je voudrais juste avoir aussi une question. Non, je voudrais poser une question, c'est celle de savoir, est-ce que, bon, parce que c'est pour la première fois que je participe d'une manière active, parce que la première fois, c'était au mois de juillet, j'étais juste un participant passif, je suivais et je ne pouvais pas commenter. Alors, comme cette possibilité m'est accordée, je voudrais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a la possibilité de nous organiser aussi au sein de chaque pays membre de la SADC, de nous organiser donc dans chaque pays, un groupe, on s'organise, on essaie de faire des investigations par rapport aux thématiques qu'on aura à traiter et c'est à l'issue des investigations que nous aurons effectuées que nous saurons exactement sur quoi débattre et espérer avoir une bonne suite parce que nous sommes des parlementaires, c'est nous qui apportons la voix des pays membres de cette région au sein de la SADC, c'est nous qui apportons la voix pour envisager des solutions viables, donc des solutions faisables. Alors, je voudrais savoir, par rapport à cet aspect des choses, est-ce qu'il y a donc un budget alloué aux membres de ce Parlement, ce budget qui va leur permettre, par exemple, de faire des descentes sur terrain, parce que la plupart, pour ce qui est du cas traité aujourd'hui, la plupart de ces problèmes s'effectuent ou s'observent beaucoup plus dans des villages. Et pour arriver dans des villages, il faut un moyen. C'est vrai, bon, moi personnellement, je peux disponibiliser, mais au sein d'un pays, on peut se retrouver, quelqu'un, il est à 1000 km et il ne saura pas me rejoindre moi pour que nous puissions faire ce travail ensemble. Alors, je voudrais savoir s'il y a un budget alloué à ce que lorsqu'on prend une initiative, que ce budget puisse accompagner les gens qui se déploient dans cette activité. Merci.
Ok, obrigada. Obrigada, senhor deputado François. Não sei se a pergunta chegou até a senhora embaixadora. Por favor, poderá responder essa questão?
Thank you so much for that very important question. Are you inviting me to respond, sir?
Sim, aqui a questão colocada pelo nosso... Ele coloca a questão sobre a limitação. relativamente à implementação da lei, e ele quer ouvir o seu ponto de vista sobre essas questões. Qual é a sua experiência nesse aspecto?
Thank you. I think there are 4 opportunities. The first opportunity is, I think, the Oversight Committee, the Monitoring and Oversight Committee of SADC Parliamentary Forum should be able to do country visits periodically, so that they are also able to acquaint and to engage with their member parliaments. I think that is my first, and that is within your own budgetary monitoring mechanisms. Secondly, is that within each of the national parliaments, if you have, you must have parliamentary committees that are charged with this matter, whether it's a portfolio to do with gender or to do with children, to do with education. I think whatever parliamentary portfolio, it's very important that each parliament has at least a mechanism within itself, which is funded by the budgets of parliament, to do the monitoring and the outreach and the hearings, and then to table the reports. I think the third is the opportunity that you also have to instruct. I mean, I love the mandate of parliamentarians, because you can request the executive to do certain issues, to take certain actions as part of your oversight. So I think exercising the oversight role, if you need a report from the Minister of Justice to talk about how the courts are working, the earlier question on victim-friendly courts, or with Minister of Education or Minister of Health, I think Parliament has a right, as part of its oversight, to request information and for that to be funded. I think the last is, as I said, the human rights institutions are also part of the accountability to Parliament. I think the last is, which we would put in these recommendations which you are raising, is to also our development partners. There's been a lot of work that has happened with governments, with the executive, with civil society. I think what we are being asked for today, and which I support the Honorable Member of Parliament, is we need more resources to support our parliamentarians, as they are the representatives of the people, for them to be able to engage systematically. But it's also important to pick on 1 or 2 indicators that you are systematically seeking resources for within the region, so that the effort is not fragmented. But thank you for that question. And we hope that programs like the Spotlight initiatives and others, and our partners like Plan and others, would also continue to prioritize the engagement with parliamentarians. My last point on that is also, parliamentarians, we want you to go to conflict zones. I didn't talk about it, but in humanitarian situations, whether it's floods or conflict, that's where we have the highest risk and vulnerability. That's where us as citizens might not be able to speak for ourselves. That's where issues are politicized and where issues of security are very high. We need parliamentarians to speak out and to know that ending conflict and disaster prevention is part of prevention of child marriage and child abuse, and prevention of violence against women. If you can continue to integrate those issues as well, as part of you being a voice and a resource. Thank you very much, and over. I submit my response, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhora embaixadora. Senhor deputado, está respondida à sua questão. Obrigada também pela colocação da sua questão. Não vejo outra mão levantada para que possamos prosseguir com as audições. Mais alguém gostaria de intervir nessa apresentação? Alguma contribuição, alguma experiência? Por favor, a nossa honorável senhora Regina Esparão levantou a mão e eu passo a palavra.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to add my comment to the presentation made by the Honorable Masada from the AU. One, I would like to endorse that the collaboration with civil society is very important. And more forum like this is of paramount importance. We cannot hide behind culture and religion to use this as excuses or sideline the issue of child marriage or the abuse to women and girls. We have the issue of child marriage. We also have the issue of FGM, female genital mutilation, that is affecting women in Africa. And these taboos, these are always looked as taboo or religious or cultural belief. So these are the issues that are affecting our women and girls. We need to step up and step out of the comfort zone to address this issue. Nothing is normal anymore in this world that we are living in. Abuse is abuse. And abuse cannot be tolerated. And abuse is a breach of the fundamental human rights. We have to bear this in mind. We need more engagement with national parliament to end violence against women and girls. We need the holistic approach, as has been said in the presentation. I submit, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora Regina, pela sua contribuição. Bem, não vendo mais nenhum pedido de intervenção, penso que poderemos, obrigada mais uma vez, pela sua apresentação. Eu penso que estamos...
Madam Chair, with your indulgence?
Sim?
With your indulgence, can I reflect on the point that has been raised? The recommendation made?
Com certeza. Com certeza. Por favor, tenha a palavra, senhora.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. SADC has been courageous. The SADC Parliamentary Forum has been courageous. We are asking you to continue with that level of courage. As the Honorable Member has said, that we need courage. The courage that I'm asking of yourselves includes possibility for within the engagement that you do with the SADC Summit. Knowing that you have a presidential champion from SADC, President Hichilema, is from SADC. The president of the African Parliament is from Zimbabwe. And a SADC Parliamentary Forum, you have the model law. What are I would recommend even an opportunity for a plenary session that has not happened within the SADC Summit, and which president, which is Zambia, and yourselves can facilitate, encourage, and lead, and knowing that we need that at the level of SADC, but we also need a plenary at the level of the African Union. We need the highest level of political leadership to continue to offer direction and support. And I think a plenary session within the SADC Summit, because it's anchored in a model law which members are implementing with a head of state leading, a plenary session within the African Union. As SADC, you have the courage, the voice, the content, the political will, and the ethos to offer that political direction. My fear is that child marriage would become a by the way, and we start to run with other issues. The political will would be going down as we now move to other issues of priority. This is the time We need your leadership, honorable members, and the leadership of SADC, not only in Africa, but even globally. We continue to need your leadership to drive the effort to end child rape, because it's unacceptable and it's not our culture. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senhora embaixadora, por essa reflexão e pela contribuição dada na temática. E então, agora sim, não havendo mais nenhuma intervenção, penso que estamos em condições de convidar para a próxima apresentação o senhor da SAFEIT, representante da SAFEIT, para fazer a sua intervenção. Representante da SAFEIT para fazer a sua intervenção. E antes de passar a palavra para o senhor representante da SAFEIT, eu gostaria de saber se o representante da UNODC faz-se presente neste momento. Bem, eu não tenho o retorno, por favor, senhor representante da SAFEIT, pode tomar da palavra. Alô? Alô?
Elizabeth, it looks like they're not there. I'm just trying to make a phone call and see if they'll respond.
Pois eu estava... Então, aguardamos para a próxima orientação. Obrigada.
I'm not getting any joy. I don't believe UNODC and SAFEIT have come through. I've tried to send a few inquiries and I've not been successful. Thank you.
Desta forma, senhora secretária-geral, eram as duas últimas apresentações que nós tínhamos agora para o período da tarde. E não as tendo, podemos partir para as deliberações e conclusões de encerramento.
If I may, Honorable Chair, we have a feedback form that we are requested to fill, and maybe request IT to display the form before we give the chairperson to close the meeting. We will be checking on the charts if participants have already filled the form. Kindly indicate by indicating on the charts that you have completed the form so that we can proceed to the next item. Thank you. IT, are we getting any assistance on the feedback form?
I've been able to get hold of UNODC. They'll be able to join. It looks like there was a communication problem. If we can just give them a minute or two, while I'll check on the next presenters. Thank you.
Moderator, please proceed with the SG's guidance on the presentation.
Sim. Então, não. Peço, então, obrigada pela confirmação e agora dando continuidade, eu então convido o senhor da UNOC a tomar da palavra para fazer a sua próxima apresentação, superados então os problemas de comunicação. Convido o senhor da UNOC para tomar da palavra e fazer a sua apresentação.
Kindly give them a moment. They were not notified. I've just sent a link to them and they'll join. So it will take a minute or two. If we can just give them a little bit of time. I'm not sure, Ms. Toko, who did we speak to at Arasa and Safez so that I can follow directly with those individuals, because I'm reaching individuals that don't seem to have the information.
Madam SG, I did communicate with a number of representatives from from Arasa. It would seem that they are not ready because of other logistics. We confirmed that with Kurasha.
Okay, so we are not expecting Arasa?
Yes, madam.
Are we expecting Safez?
Yes. I tried to reach to Safez during the break, but I haven't had any response.
Who were you speaking to at Safez in particular so that I can assist with follow-up?
It's Adolf, madam.
Yeah, I've tried to get hold of Mr. Adolf Maveneke, but I can't seem to go through. Let me persist, but Linda Naidu will join. She just got a message now. She's switching on her laptop and trying to salvage the situation.
Thank you, madam. I can see that Honorable Shali Josepha Raymond was raising her hand. I don't know whether she wanted to engage on the last presentation or it was a point of order.
Thank you very much, our moderator. I was listening very carefully and I really want to show my appreciation to the African Union Goodwill Ambassador of Child Marriage. I just want to say one thing which always never come up in any discussion very much, that this early child marriage brings poverty in many areas because there are a number of people who are affected. When this child is born, her mother is affected by bringing up a child while she's still a child. But not only that, the family is also affected, the family of the mother, mostly because it has all been there, but the family of the father of that child, is not really very much affected. Everything is left to the mother's side to bring up the child who they were not prepared, the grandchild. And not only that, but the community as a whole is affected. And finally then, all women are affected. And this brings poverty, more poverty to the female gender. They are bringing up a child whom they were not prepared for, no marriage, and no education for that. Now, what am I going to request all people who are following here through our AU Goodwill Ambassador is to see how to assist these new mothers and the newborn children. It becomes very difficult. Now we call them street children, children who are not taken care of, but also it's a problem to the whole nation. Now, SADC have tried a lot.
Sarah Shirley.
It goes to the
We seem to
stigma
be
and so
losing.
forth.
Yeah.
Do you hear me? In my head.
We seem to be losing you, Honorable. Please proceed. We can hear you now.
Oh, thank you. So I was insisting that towards the end of making deliberation, we should see how we are going to assist these newborn babies of children, of mothers who are not mature enough. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora Sali, pela sua intervenção, que nos traz novos elementos para esta comunicação. E eu agora vou passar, então, a chamar para confirmar, junto da nossa audiência, se teremos, então, o senhor da UNODC para fazer a sua apresentação. Será que já conseguiu entrar em linha? Será que foram superados os problemas de comunicação? Ainda não temos uma resposta. Também não vejo nenhuma outra intervenção a propósito do tema passado. Mais uma vez, continuamos, mantemos o nosso...
May I, moderator, please? May I come in? Yes. I would like to find out if Dr. Nyarisai and the presenter, the young person who presented before lunch are still in, so that they can comment on what Honorable Shadi has pointed out, because the young person was talking specifically to the difficulties that the Honorable has raised. May we have intervention on that one from the good doctor, and then maybe the young person if they're still in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank
Estamos
you. We
com
can.
dificuldades de poder ouvir, mas se bem entendi...
Thank you so much. Yes, can I proceed?
Senhora embaixadora, você tomar a palavra, eu falou sim, eu posso ceder a palavra à senhora embaixadora. Pediu a palavra, se faz favor.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Sim, posso ouvi-la muito. E passo-lhe a palavra, senhora embaixadora, pediu-nos a palavra agora. Assim fazemos um compasso de espera também. Por favor, senhora embaixadora.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that the honorable member has raised the issue of poverty. There are three things maybe to respond to. First is we need to demystify the myth that child marriage gets families out of poverty. It's not true. Child marriage increases poverty. It just transfers the responsibility from one family to another family and back to that family. So it's very important that we have even some research that can prove that child marriage increases household poverty. It does not create any wealth or capacity for households. So some evidence is very important. After all, even if there's payment of dowry, it's just one cow and some of the cows never come anyway. So it's important to do the ceremonial cultural exchange of gifts, but it doesn't get us out of poverty. It is educating our children that gets out of poverty. The second point that she raises is that our collective effort in SADC at the Africa level globally has not started to address the complexity and the complex issues of children born of children. Children born of children might not even have a birth certificate. The mother does not even know how to hold the breast and feed the child, just mere practical skills of breastfeeding. Is not able to provide care to be a mother because of the age, so the issues of poverty, nutrition, health and well-being for the little baby is an issue we have not even started to discuss. People fight even over custody. Why at times child marriage happens is because of pregnancy. A family does not want to take care of the unborn child, so they prefer for their little girl to get married. So these issues of poverty relate with an area comment from the young man from Malawi, who said, what are our social protection policies as countries so that we are able to also have measures that protect these young born children, because these are the children whom you may see in the streets, living in the streets, abandoned, and become state responsibility. So I think that the issue around the cost, the financial cost, the material cost of child marriage is important. There's a World Bank report that was done in West Africa, but I think we also need a study. A study is just for us to have evidence of something we know. We already know, our governments already know that child marriage and violence against women is a cost to the nation, is a cost to the family, is a cost to the people involved. Therefore, prevention, prevention, and prevention. And I like the SADC model law because it gives opportunity on how do we support the girls who have experienced child marriage so that they don't go into another marriage. I have seen in my work that a girl might be married at 18, gets out of that marriage, is married off again, and married off again. But if they're economically empowered, which is the point that Danai was speaking to, they're able to escape out of the vicious cycle of poverty. So thank you so much, Honorable Member, for raising that issue. We need to break the cycle of poverty. We can break it by prevention, by protection, by prosecution, and by resourcing. Thank you very much, and over.
Muito obrigada, senhora embaixadora. E agora sim, eu já tenho a comunicação que temos o senhor da SAFEIT. Por favor, eu gostaria de convidar para fazer então a apresentação seguinte. Penso que estão superados os problemas.
Thank you, Chair. Elizabeth, if I may just give feedback. It appears as though this is our last presenter. I've been able to get hold of the others. They were not aware that they were on the program. We'll follow up, but since this is a public platform, it's important for me to be able to set the record straight. UNODC as well, I've just had to ambush Linda. She was also not notified. However, she's been graceful enough to honor the request by the honorable members. So thank you very much, Ms. Linda Naidu from UNODC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Chair. Honorable members, I do apologize if I didn't appear on the program earlier on, but I'm honored to be able to use this platform to actually advocate on some of the areas that UNODC has been motivating for around the areas of gender-based violence. Just to say that UNODC is really the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and our mandate is quite separate from other UN agencies. We focus on criminal justice and prison reform. And so every aspect around criminal justice, we would look at how we can address it in a very novel way, in an innovative way, but also depending on the member states' requirements. So it's a great privilege to be on this platform today. Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the model law, we've provided some partnership to the SADC Parliamentary Forum with regards to the drafting and finalization of the model law. And we've looked at how we can advocate for many of the countries and the criminal justice practitioners to understand more of the extent and the length of the model law. And just to say, it has been very warmly received. And just to say, Madam SG, there is a lot of work to do in the continent, in the region in particular, to be able to support legislative development and change around model law. And I think when we look at gender-based violence, we need to look at the continuum of care. Like the previous speaker indicated, prevention is very important. But I think every member state also has a responsibility to see that justice is also served. So those particular victims and survivors wanting to access justice, we need to look at what works in their favor, how we can improve their accessibility.
Yeah.
Peço desculpas,
Nice
penso que
to
não.
that, right? I know how to buy food.
Ok, muito obrigada. Por favor, pode prosseguir, senhora Linda.
Then I will do it.
Can I go ahead?
Okay. Por favor, agora sim, pode prosseguir.
E não falo Português.
Por favor, pode prosseguir.
Okay, I will proceed in English. So one of the areas that I really feel are very important to be able to look at is the aspect of gender-based violence, especially the DNA evidence in gender-based violence cases. When we have a particular matter going through court, there has to be evidence, and evidence needs to be adequately presented. Unfortunately, we find that member states don't always have a forensic science laboratory in their country. And some of the countries are looking at how they can source support from other countries like South Africa. And we know that forensic evidence kits are very expensive, laboratories are very expensive. We know that particular countries have also been requesting forensic evidence to be cleared from international countries. We need to look at what it is that we can create within the region, a laboratory of excellence, so that we're able to actually support each member state to be able to look at how they expedite DNA evidence in gender-based violence cases. Also, we need to be able to look at how we can make these measures cost-effective. DNA evidence kits can be very cost-effective if we look at how we can share the lessons learned. And there's much research to say that we can actually use cost-effective laboratories, but also cost-effective DNA kits, so that we can expedite matters that are taken to court. Over and above that as well, criminal justice practitioners need to be sustained. They need to be capacitated to be able to lead that particular evidence in court. They need to understand how they extract that particular evidence from a crime scene to be able to store it, share it, and present it adequately in a case of gender-based violence. But having said that as well, it's really important to be able to look at the fact that we need to develop regional cooperation among the member states. We know that gender-based violence perpetrators are manipulative. They, as far as possible, avoid it, and they're most likely to move from country to country to avoid detection. And if we don't have a regional cooperation, a framework for cooperation where we can detect serial killers, rapists, serial rapists, we will always not be able to make sure we bring to book the various perpetrators. So I'm really, really advocating for the fact that we need to address how we can strengthen DNA evidence in the member states, in the SADC region, and to look at how we can create models of excellence, but also to look at how we manage DNA evidence in a very cost-effective way. And like I said, there's much research that has been done around this area, and UNODC has partnered with other particular agencies, and we've done 2 workshops in the SADC region, one in April this year, and then another in September this year for all SADC member states, inviting representatives from various member states. Another particular area of concern is ensuring that we gender responsive in all our criminal justice practitioners. We need to be able to adequately cater for men, women, and children, and so that we have responsive systems and be able to attend to their particular needs in making sure that adequate justice is meted. But over and above that as well, we need to actually look at what it is that the Bangkok rules say. And we need to also motivate for gender responsive mechanisms for women who come into conflict with the law. We know that a lot of women in the SADC region look at survival, ways of survival. They live in poverty. They steal to provide and support their families. And unfortunately, these people who come into conflict with the law, they need to be able to have cognizance taken to their particular context. If they survive to provide for their families, we need to be able to look at, does it serve our communities? Does it serve our society to keep them away from our children, from their children, and to incarcerate them? And so one of the important aspects I indicated is the Bangkok rules. And we've done research globally and in the SADC region, and we find that women are the fastest growing population. And in most instances, they are incarcerated because of gender-based violence, because of poverty issues. And we need to look at how is it that we can assess them and ensure that they're integrated into the community and non-custodial measures are actually meted to them. We found that in particular countries where there's conflict and post-conflict, that we find that these particular young girls who are forced to drop out of school, they are married off due to customary law. And we also find that some of them are violated by insurgents. They're impregnated, left in their communities to survive on their own. And these young women, these young girls are left with very little recourse to support their families. And it's an area that we really need to look at what it is that we can do to address their particular circumstances so that they are treated adequately. So Madam Director, in a nutshell, that is my presentation of what I would like to advocate for, that this particular forum considers going forward. Over to you, and thank you, Madam.
Obrigada pela sua comunicação. E então foram assim deixadas as reflexões e os pontos críticos da sua apresentação para que os presentes parlamentares e cidadãos possam então colocar as suas questões e dar a sua contribuição em volta desta temática. Este é o momento de perguntas, respostas e contribuições. Por favor, a palavra é dos nossos presentes à audiência. Ainda não vejo nenhuma mão levantada. Alguma contribuição? Alguma intervenção da parte dos nossos presentes? Foram aqui colocadas questões, principalmente aquilo que se trata de prova de crime, uma dificuldade que se encontra dentro desse processo, no sentido de responsabilizar os criminosos por essas ações. Alguma reflexão sobre o assunto? Bem, penso que o tema foi claro. O silêncio indica ou percebemos tudo, ou não percebemos alguma coisa, alguma questão. Bem, não havendo, senhora secretária-geral da SADC, estimados parlamentares e a todos os presentes cidadãos, podemos passar então para as deliberações do encontro, mas antes eu gostaria de convidar os presentes a fazerem os seus registros. Eles estão aqui no chat. Por favor, confirmem as vossas apresentações. Temos ela em português, em francês e inglês, as línguas oficiais da SADC. E nós agradecemos. Mais uma vez, se não tivermos então nenhuma intervenção, passaremos então para as deliberações e conclusões daquilo que foi a nossa audição durante esse período da tarde, e eu então passaria a quem é de direito para fazer então estas deliberações. Gostaria de passar mais uma vez a palavra para que sejam feitas as deliberações e conclusões, para então fazer-se o encerramento desta atividade. Ok, vejo aqui, parece que não queremos fechar sem esta comunicação, sem nenhuma intervenção. Por favor, senhor deputado François, ainda temos algum tempo, sim. Faz favor, então, faça a sua a intervenção e só então passaremos para as deliberações, por favor.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole que vous venez de
Ok, temos problemas. Senhor deputado François, consegue ouvir? Consegue comunicar? Estávamos a ouvi-lo bem, mas de repente perdemos a comunicação. Acho que não é possível prosseguir com a comunicação. Não é possível mesmo prosseguir. Peço desculpas. Pedimos desculpas, senhor deputado François, não é possível prosseguir a comunicação. Então, sem mais outra opção para intervenções, eu passo a palavra então a quem fará as deliberações do encontro, para as conclusões. Alô?
Thank you very much, moderator.
Sim.
Ms. Toko, do I come in?
Sim, senhor presidente. Sim, por favor, tenha a palavra.
No, thank you very much. No, I thought you, moderator, are you done? Are you finished? Should we take over?
I think the rapporteur should give closing a summary of the key issues.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for the guidance. We'll wait.
Honorable members, Madam SG, and distinguished participants. Can I be guided, Honorable Madam SG? Is there a rapporteur or it's a secretary's duty to do the wrap-up?
There is a rapporteur. There is a rapporteur who has been assigned. Could Mrs. Musonda confirm that, please? And if there's none, we proceed to give the chair to close the session, and we adjourn.
For Amlock, Madam SG, it was the committee secretary, so there is no other rapporteur. Thank you.
Chair, you may wish to take the floor and close the meeting.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boeing Sekoma, esteemed presenters, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, staff of the national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. From the onset, allow me to pay my particular tribute to the esteemed presenters for the well-researched, informative, and timely presentations. Not only have they enlightened us, but the plight of our citizens as a result of gender inequality, gender-based violence, and the human rights violation committed against children who are forced into child marriages and the challenges they face whilst in these marriages. One must, however, commend the initiatives taken by our governments and cooperating partners in ensuring the domestication of the provisions of the model laws and in addressing some of the challenges highlighted in these discussions. Let me further extend our appreciation that not only have the presenters pointed out challenges in addressing the issues raised, but they have also offered possible solutions and pledged their commitment in ensuring that they avail more efforts and resources towards ensuring that the rights of the citizens are protected. Their interventions have also helped identify and provide clarity on the critical areas in the model laws, around which we can strategically focus going forward in our mission to monitor the domestication of the model laws. You will agree with me, honorable members, that our interaction with the presenters has thrown a challenge to us as parliamentarians to be more robust in undertaking our oversight role on gender inequality, gender-based violence, and violation of children's rights in the SADC region, and the protection of our citizens from those violations. The engagement today has also encouraged us to actively participate in domestication initiatives in our respective countries. It has also shedded more light on areas of the model laws on which we need to pay particular attention as legislators as we execute our mandate. Honorable members, the SADC model laws are key instruments that will transform the SADC community in the African region. I wish to employ honorable members to advocate and support amendments to key legislations in their respective jurisdictions in order to reinforce the domestic legal framework on mainstreaming gender, addressing gender-based violence, and ending child marriages. In an effort to domesticate the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage and the model law on gender-based violence, I remain confident that honorable members will utilize the information acquired to diligently serve the SADC citizenry by prioritizing the issues covered in the thematic areas in national policies and laws. At this juncture, let me seize this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to all honorable members present here for taking time from other equally important assignments to attend this meeting. A word of thanks also for the active participation, vulnerable interventions and contributions that each member has made throughout our deliberations today. Without your participation, honorable members, the committee would have made no progress, and that has made today. In other words, we have been able to successfully deliberate on matters of importance to our region only because each one of you, honorable members, was committed to the cause, and you made your presence count. The positive outcome is the fruit of your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, permit me to thank all those who have worked tirelessly to make this meeting a success, particularly the unsung heroes, our Secretary General and her staff. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General, for your commitment and hard work. I also wish to thank all partners who continue to support us in various ways, including the presenters today. Without your support, our work would be that much more difficult. With these few remarks, I thank you and I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope we have all filled in the feedback form. We had requested that you all go to the chat and fill in the feedback forms and indicate when you have done so. Can we have indication that everybody has completed the feedback form so that we can adjourn? Moderator, we have a hand there. Are you indicating, Mr. Francois, that you have filled the form, or is there any intervention?
Penso que uma vez que a reunião já foi encerrada pelo nosso presidente, não sei se ia dar a palavra. Alô? Continuamos a ter os mesmos problemas, não será possível fazer a intervenção da parte do deputado François. Penso que uma vez encerrada, eu estou...
Honorable Chair, I see a hand from Madam SG. Is that a hand? Because there is
it's an applause. It's an applause toggle.
Oh, thank you, Madam.
Yeah, you may just guide Francois to join tomorrow's meeting and give him more contact, since he can still make input which is relevant to the structures of the forum. At this point, the chair has closed the meeting, and let us adhere to that. Thank you.
Obrigada mais uma vez a todos e até amanhã.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Muito obrigada. Até amanhã, sim.
Thank you. May we have IT to terminate the meeting? Thank you.